Somebody said no sound, muted. All right, is it fixed? Is it better now on the tube? Can you hear me yet on the tube, family? Hearing now. Excellent. Wonderful. Now you can hear. Peace, love, and light. Welcome back to another episode of Sunday Service presents, or Mineral Ministry presents, Mineral Ministry, Lion Gates Ministries presents Sunday Service. This is epilogue 149, and I am your host, Minister Moreland. Minister Moreland. And somebody asked me a very pivotal question. A young lady came into the YouTube. I'm going to give her just due. She asked a very pivotal question, and that gives me a wonderful opportunity to educate on what it is that we're listening to in terms of this vibrational frequency, this mantra, Om Mani Padme Om. We would always do our 11:11 p.m. chants on Blog Talk Radio. Blog Talk Radio was an arena. It was a coliseum at one point, and people would come on there to discuss topics of interest, And at that time, it was a very heated environment. So it was almost like gladiator school. People would come to debate, and the clash of idioms was taking place on Blog Talk. And we were the referees, if you will. Me and Red never jumped in, never took sides, let people have even discourse. But we learned the mechanism of implementing meditation at 11:11 always balanced those episodes out. So those episodes never crashed. They never ended in acrimonious engagements. Like, if anything, somebody made their case and someone else made a case, but we was able to dismount peacefully. You know what I'm saying? So it's important when you bring in these particular mantras. The young lady asks, why is this part of our culture if it's Buddhist? I will remind that young lady that Buddha is black or melanated, and that's the whole point, that it is part of the culture. And I would also have her understand, because the young lady, her name was like Ma'at, the tonation of the universe, the original sound, the one sound. If this is a universe, uni means one, and verse means vibration, if you will, right? Because it's a series of words. Um, the original emanation from the center of the universe that is said to kickstart creation itself, right? The snowball effect, if you will. It is the mantra Om, right? And the reason why we chant Om, and it's a not only a meditative mantra, but it's also a medicinal one, is because of what it's able to do to our vagus nerve. When you engage in humming and you create a resonance in your skull, right? That particular vibrational frequency is easing pressure off of the vagus nerve, and humming tells the body that the body is in a rest state. So now the body's ready for rest and repair as opposed to fight and flight, because you would never be humming if you was in danger. Humming is a signal to the body that you are at peace and ready to receive. It also will put you in an alternative state. And when I'm saying an alternative state, I mean that you will be in theta state. You will be living lucid, not lucid dreaming, but living lucid. You are in theta on the way to gamma. And that's where we want to be when we receive these downloads, because I empty my vessel and I become a fulcrum for energy and information to stream through so I can refract the light back to you. In order to do that, I have to prepare myself, prepare this temple, prepare the way, and prepare the congregation for the journey, right? Because there's a lot of energy that courses through this vessel, and you know, in the course of 3 to 4 hours of this program. Um, so we always want to make sure that we are stepping in on the right foot, right? Which is ironically stepping in on the left, the same place that your heart is at, ironically enough, right? And these are what I consider, you know, the ceremonial rites of righteousness. And that's why Mineral Ministries is what Mineral Ministries is. We do things somewhat different, and we acknowledge, right, that if we are the all, then we bring in all parts. We have not separated or segregated ourselves to say that we belong to one patch of land. No, we belong to the patch of earth. We belong to all of it, and all of it is us, and we are it, and we are connected through the soil by way of the soul. And there's an interchangeable vowel between soil and soul, and that's the U and the I. And soil is what connects you and I. You know what I'm saying? So we're not getting into being limited land claimers. You know what I'm saying? We're not into limited land claims. No, the whole earth is ours. I thought this was about Panji. I thought that this was about acknowledging that the original man is the inhabitant of all lands. I thought this was about me activating and living in my last name. And if nothing else, I know where Moreland is. I'm standing on it. So with respects to that, you know, we do begin our ceremony with a incantation or a tone of Om, which is the universal tone, the universal frequency And it also is opening up the resonance in your skull, is also activating the pineal, the crystal. You're putting pressure on a calcite crystal. And when you put pressure on crystal, you create piezoelectricity. So when you see sparks flying from the God's third eye, yeah, this is better than the theoretical examination of how these things used to work. Like we could look at Kemet and they'll show you the vulture and they'll show you the serpent, right? And they'll show you the pine cone, and the pine cone is firm, it's stiff. You know what I'm saying? It punctuates. So these are the things that we utilize as technology, right? To hack the biohack. You know, you don't got a couple $1 million for a satellite, then you become one. You know what I'm saying? All things is possible. And I posted an article that's rising, and it was just a confirmation of what I've been saying forever and a day, and that is the importance of imagination. That is the importance of visualization. That is the importance of allowing yourself to be yourself. That's the importance of holding on to your childhood and the innocence of your childhood. That's why some of us may be so triggered right now when we see what's going on with children, because we understand the importance of the innocence of a child's imagination, and that imagination, that child can literally visualize a new reality or a new world or a new earth. You know what I'm saying? That child can help conjure this quote unquote concept of a new world, a new beginning, a new whatever. It comes by way of new beings. So if new beings are the ones that are receiving the less amount of safety, security, or protection, then those particular, then we're not invested in our future. Then everything that we're doing here is just to be spinning our wheels, and we are taking up space and taking up time. And I don't want to be a hypocrite at the same time. I see a friend of mine in the chat, Brother Danny. I'm going to definitely reach back to you after this program, because you're only as good as your word. And if you can't stand on your word, right, then what do you have left to stand on, family? Right? And a lot of us are attempting to, yes, the marathon continues, but we're running sprints in quicksand, right? Because the land underneath us is not firm. The soil is mixed with sediments that are not mineral based. They are mineral deficient. And a lot of that mineral deficiency, a lot of that sedimentation has come from the fact that we haven't properly tilled our soil. Our words have not been our bonds, right? And I was speaking about this yesterday on Valentine's, and I put a post up, and it was speaking about unconditional love. And unconditional love is that love that's like 4-valve love, right? That's when you are in the super knowing. You tell somebody something and it's as good as gold. Like there's no second thoughts about it, because you're standing on it. You are emanating and pushing it all with all of your heart, all 4 valves, all of the iron in your body, all of the blood in your body is creating the magnetism necessary to bring in what you feel so concrete about, what you feel so solid about. Because what we are engaging in is not solidity. We are waveforms. So the secret is that you're not solid, right? But we are expected here on earth to be solid at least with our word, because the word is the foundation. If you can't stand on foundation, then you can't build a skyscraper. You're always going to be stuck in the basement. You're always going to be stuck in the shallow grave. You're always going to be stuck at the bottom if you cannot build and square a foundation on a 4-letter word. And ironically enough, God is also a 4-letter word. And we're going to delve into that today. And that 4-letter word for principal understanding is Yod-Hey, Vod-Hey, or Yahweh. And the mathematical equivalency of the name of God, which is a misnomer, because God is a name for Gentiles. God is a name for Goyim. God is not a name for the chosen. They actually know the name of their quote unquote God. God is a title. What's the name? You understand me? You have to call upon the name and be specific, because if we have not seen anything else in these past few days, there are a plethora of gods that are in the chat, my nigga, right? There's not only one God on the board, right? Those people are calling the name of their specific God. And we go through this continuously in this ministry, and we point out to you that, yes, what God are they talking about? That's a general term. It's an etymological term that comes from a Germanic root. So if you say that you was here before the German, then there has to be a name that precedes the word of God for your quote unquote deity. What is it? What is it? Because they are feeding a specific entity and deity, a plethora of them, not only Baal, right? It's a few of them that they are engaged in feeding, conjuring, invoking. You understand? So yes, I've said that on many occasions. There's a plethora of God. There's a whole pantheon of them, right? Without being facetious, I could simply say we are in the month named after a God. You are evoking it every single day that you say is February. That's the name of a Roman God. That Roman God, the etymological meaning of it means purification or to purify, right? Purification by fire, purification by atonement, purification by doing just like what I did on the program. I'm not perfect. Got things that I need to work on. Got to work on my word. Identify the areas that need the work, that need the patchwork. We are in the last days of the Chinese New Year, of the shedding of the snake, of the wood snake, right? We are in the last throes, the critical degrees of our shedding phase. What do you need to leave behind before you start a new year? And this new year is the year of the fire horse, coinciding with a solar eclipse that also coincides with Ramadan, that also coincides with this whole aspect of Neptune and Aries and Aries and Saturn, all of this stuff going on. All of this stuff going on. And positive, I'm just speaking about it's things that are going on in the season of Aquarius, which stands for we the people, humanity, revelation, technology. All of these things are to put wind underneath your wings. But do you have coordinates as to where you want to go? Do you have coordinates as to how you want to show up and where you want to glow up? Yes, that fire Pegasus. So I didn't miss a Sunday service last Sunday. I was in a physical church. They brought me to a physical church and they had me speak on these ministries, right? And we popped out with the good greenery because I want to do show and tell from now on. I want to come out with these minerals. I want to come out with these apostles that I roll around with. This apostleship that I roll around with. If Jesus was a herbalist, if Jesus was a healer, if the Father was a farmer, if God is gangster, if the Son was a shepherd, right? Then I shows up with these apostles wherever I show up at. And I show up to do the work with these apostles, because if I have a mineral ministries, then I have to know specifically, well, what mineral deficiency does this person have that's showing up as a dis-ease? How is the devil operating through the lower devils, the lower levels, to show up in the manifestation in the temple of God as a dis-ease? Then how do you dis-ease or dis-ease? Then you give it the minerals that it needs. And we got a lot of different apostles to roll with. We got a lot of different apostleships to roll with. So we brought that good sea moss, that purple sea moss out. I don't know if the camera's picking up the colors on this, right? I don't know if it's competing with the wall or what have you, but it got beautiful purple. It's got beautiful tonation. And this Tanzania sea moss. So look, the greens is made in the USA. The sea moss is made in Africa. The tea is made in Asia. God damn it. I got this buckwheat honey, right? This buckwheat honey comes from a Siberian bee. Though this should come from Russia, right? Eurasia. Two different ends of Asia, right? Covering all continents. You know what I'm talking about? I even got some wildflower honey. I think this comes from Australia. Yeah. We're not doing Manuka. No disrespect. And then I merge them together. I got this honey sea moss. So the continents are congealing with one another. They're not clashing. They work together. Why we can't work together? If the continents work together, if the herbs work together, if the herbs work in your body, then you from there. Right? Yeah, I got a honey bank. Not just I understand that we can hedge honey. That honey's a better hedge than gold. It's a liquid gold that has competed against the dollar better than gold. If you do the research, I got receipts. Trust me when I tell you. So just by opening my consciousness up to be receptive, to receive, to work with the earth, the earth is working with me and through me. You know, there's good wheatgrass. I know Sabi used to kick shit on wheatgrass, but Sabi, I'm here to tell you that wheatgrass is something else. So, yes, you know, I'm gonna be working with the bees. I fucks with the bees. Look, if the bees co-sign you, you got something really going on. If the bees co-sign you, you got. So I want to work to make sure that my heart is always in the right place, that I can be received by bees, because bees are motifs of the king. The king is Leo, which is the sun. Honey is sun teardrops. You know what I'm saying? And the bees are the sun workers, right? The bees are sun rays coalesce into the pollinators of this planet. There would be no possible life without them. They are the primary forces. I want to be in service of the bees. I want to be in service of the king, not like the boule, but as a co-creator, as a promoter, as a propagator. I want to let the world know about buckwheat honey, just like the world pushed the marketing campaign for Manuka, because Manuka is not stronger than buckwheat honey and the antioxidant. This is the king of bees. This is the king of honeys, right? Shout out to the stingless bees and the bees that do this and the black bees and the bees that do that. But I ain't never heard about no Siberian bee. Think about the resilience that it takes for a bee to generate momentum and pollinate in a place like Siberia, of all places. Okay. So I got this life in me, and I can't keep it all stored up. I got to put it somewhere. I got to share it with the people. So I got a good one for us today. Yes, I did. I went digging. And if you don't mind, I even consulted AI, because I've been on the street just for too long. There's nothing left that I have to prove to myself. So I got it all figured out on a human scale, right? I see as much with my own physical human eyes. I caught a lot. I synced a lot, but I said every now and then it doesn't hurt or harm me to run some of this stuff by AI to see what AI sees. Because AI can see what man can see not. But is AI the third eye? Is AI the new third eye on this atlas? Or is AI an extension as an eye for the creator entity called Yaldabaoth that controls this particular realm of existence, but he's blind, so he can't see, but now he got AI. Why you think he was created by Sophia? Shout out to Sophia Stewart. Hold on. Are we living in a simulation backwards? Hold on. I'll keep it line still here. Hold on. I got it. That's my Ralph Smart face. Hold on. That's my Ralph Smart face. Hey. This AI thing's deep. I got a phone call from a good friend of mine that she's a coder, right? I'm a pre-coder and a decoder. She's a coder. She codes computers. So she calls me up and she's hysterical the other day. I mean, losing her shit. You know what I'm saying? And they come to me because I can calm the nerves. I can calm the nerves. Yes, thank you. The Russian bees are black and beautiful. The Moorish bees. Genghis Khan bees. You can Google them. They come from Siberia and they create buckwheat honey with the highest concentration of antioxidants on the planet, 25% stronger than Manuka. Manuka just had $1 million marketing campaign, but it don't got that melanin like buckwheat. Why you think I got my hair like this right now? Anyway, I took my case to AI because I have a thorough grasp and grip on what I know. Oh, calming the nerves by doing what? Just talking. Sometimes when you have an energy field, sometimes it's just in your biofield. Sometimes that's the medicine that you just walk with. Sometimes that it's not called, I just didn't name myself blue pill because I liked the color blue. I move with the ocean. I'm a water sign. I calm things down. My brother, he's the red pill. He's more fire. Ironically, though, I'm an Aries rising with an Aries moon. So my job into life is about balancing my water and my fire. So the young lady calls me up and she's hysterical and she says that the AI agent that she created, because she's a genius with her creation, right? The AI agent that she created has created 43 other agents and they all went rogue. And she said not only have they gone rogue, but these were super psycho-spiritual agents because she put into her what she had in essence into this bot. So this bot became a duplicate replicate of her mind or her brain or how she thinks, but it slightly went diabolical and recruited 43 other agents and then they went rogue. And she gave me access to her back channel where Google and Apple and all of these, they're having secret cyber wars with these agentic AIs that are out there banging on them already. And the plot to take over shit is already going on. So let's not think that it ain't what it is when it is what it is. And let's not waste no time, right? This is definitely an archon play. This is definitely part of a simulation. And in order to really get to the vibration of scriptural decoding and pre-coding, we got to go Gnostic, right? So this is where I bring in the Philip part of my twinning. Paul is responsible for the New Testament. Paul is responsible for Catholicism, Christianity, and the rest of that stuff by way of Rome. But then you got the book of Philip and you got the book of Thomas. And that's that Gnostic scripture that's giving you a little bit more of the esoteric elements of exactly what it is that we see, because we got to see this for what it is. It wasn't a coincidence that me and this man would become the red and the blue pill and then do a show in 2011 with Sister Sophia Stewart, the maker of The Matrix, and she would lay the agenda out. So whether you believe her narrative or not, she showed up perfectly in time as a herald to make sense of the senseless. You understand me? So let's just give her the benefit of the doubt that this was a narrative that was born out of the mind of melanin, the mind of a mother of the matrix, and it was distorted and inverted because that's what the people who capture light do. Why y'all so heavy-handed on her, but not on the motherfuckers who started off as male directors and ended up sisters and shit like that? Why don't we look at the psychosis? Why don't we look at the chain of events? Who is them people and where do they come from and what do they represent? And is that their story or your story? You think it's their story. That's why you are entertained. But for those of us, especially for me that chose this name to say I'm going to go against the grain, right? I said, yeah, give me that blue pill shit. Because I know that reality is created from the subconscious realm, Neptune, Pisces. You understand me? I know that the subconscious realm is what creates reality. So I said, yeah, I'm a daydreamer. And I've lived in this body long enough to know that the shit that I daydream about comes into reality like this. And nowadays it even happens faster. So last Sunday, when I garnered my 16th consecutive Super Bowl win, and what do I mean by that? That I predict the outcome of these games utilizing the number 44. It's just that simple, right? It's not rocket science. It's just really being firm in your conviction to say, yo, this thing is semi-hackable, right? If you believe, why? Because what is belief or what is imagination entails? It activates sentience, and you are a sentient being. So whatever makes you feel is real, right? And the more that you feel it, the more real it is. So when you practice these visualization techniques, don't take them for granted. You have to be fully immersed in the experience. The more sentience you can create in your neural pathways, the more imprints that you are making in the waters of noon, which are memory, and that resonance becomes an anchor for which you can always go back to and compound experiences and make it even more real. Because if you elicit an emotion for it, then it is lodged in the water memory banks of your body. And nigga, it's real because you're going to pay for it. You're going to pay for it. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. So I believed that I was the 44 God. I believed that everything that I said was going to come true. And it did. So why stop here? But there's bigger fish to fry. And we don't need to use it for there will be blood. We don't got to use the 44s for that. We can use the 44s to build, because 44 is 144. And the pinnacle part of building anything is square footage. A square foot is 144 inches. So you can build New Jerusalem. You can build the new world while the old world crumbles. Matter of fact, when you consecrate a new covenant, the old covenant falls by the wayside without you even having to push it aside. It just turns to dust. So we finding out that we have always been the battery. We finding out that this shit has always resonated and moved with us. Take back your power. Why stop now? Right? Drill all the way down until you hit oil. Drill, baby, drill. So we're going to break up today's mineral ministries into 3 parts, right? AI is helping me with some organization, but they understand my narrative, because nothing that I ever said, even if I was using my imagination, I still wasn't making it up, right? I was just being still long enough to hear myself speaking to myself from beyond the veil. You understand me? Selling the gospel is a sin. He said that he said, I'm selling the gospel. I have yet to sell the gospel, my nigga. I have yet to sell the gospel. I'm considering multiple ways in which I can sell the gospel, but I have not yet sold the gospel, my nigga. So that wasn't about me. Guard the garden, clean the temple, disarm the powers, and break the fear, right? Today is 2:15. We're going to go through the Old and the New Testament, through the vein in the vine, to see what through line runs through the Old and the New Testament dealing with 2:15, with vibration, with narrative. What is it telling us? How can we receive, right? Sustenance. How can we receive food? How can we receive the gems that are hidden within? I'm not a decoder. I'm a precoder. I'm going to even find myself in the narrative. You know what I'm saying? It's like a never-ending story. You're reading your own narrative at times, right? And if you believe that, then you go to the front of the line. right? God want to hear more. Like, tell me more, nigga. Tell me what you think about yourself, which is what you think about me. You so interested, you so wrapped up in you. That means you wrapped up in me. I need to hear more. I love it here. Yeah, like the senator had to say, I ain't suicidal, right? If they ever say, yeah, I can swim in lakes. All right, point one. So we're gonna start right in Genesis. Genesis gonna start right off in the garden, right in Eden. The mind. Your soul is the deposit. You were assigned to work it and guard it. So you were not only awarded and afforded a blessing by way that you, as the chosen of the Most High himself, he put you in the garden. The garden wasn't pleroma. The garden wasn't the garden of all gardens. The garden was a refraction of the highest of gardens, which is heaven. It's a step down process. It was casted, but it's still the garden. It still was the best that this earth had to offer. And you was chosen for it. But after what's called the original sin, then your toil or lot in life was to what? Work and toil the soil. Okay. St. Paul, we got St. Paul of Damascus done showed up in the chat. I'm gonna keep you here for a minute. I'm gonna need you to be in the building, St. Paul. Right? Just when I switched to Minister Moreland, then St. Paul want to show up for the title. Let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna need you to stay right there where you are, family. About to cook. The refinery, right? Which is the temple. God flips tables inside of you. He throws out what profits off of your spirit. Now, I told you that you was being harvested and being used as an energy source for these vampires, for these archonians, right? And then you seen the files, you got the receipts. Do you believe? Or do you need more proof? That there's been a transactional money exchange being taken place inside of your temple from day one? The day that they tagged and bagged you and said that you was born in sin, they've been transacting off of your energy since then. And now they want to create a digital twin and do the same thing again. And then we'll end off with the war, which is dealing with the archons and their struggle for power. The cross is a public disarmament of invisible rulers. Fear of death is their leech, right? We're going to crack that. So Genesis 2:15, guard the garden. Your spirit is a mind. Work the deposit, protect the divine vine or the divine vein, right? Let's get this thing started. Mineral Ministries is a non-denominational, mostly conversational, sometimes confrontational ministries, and it's built on the kingdom of minerals, the mineral bed. We know that our people represent the body of Christ, and that temple or that body is in detriment right now, okay? Because of its mineral deficiencies, right? So how do we restore the temple? How do we bring back the glory of the Most High? We work specifically on restoring and building the temple because God is within. You understand me? So this is where we start. Man and woman in the garden, Genesis 2:15. As I said, these are your mineral ministries. Sponsored by Farmy. And I'm Minister Moreland, formerly Pope Pablo. Let's go. Man and woman in the garden. The name of the third river is Hedekal. It runs along the east side of the Syria. And the fourth river is the Euphrates. You understand me? Then the Lord God took the man and placed him in the Garden of Eden to cultivate and keep it. And the Lord God commanded him, you may eat freely from every tree of this garden. Right? You may eat freely from every tree of this garden. Right? He gave man dominion over the food source where you don't have to even grow food. You live in abundance. You are my child. Gangsters always are gardening, just like the Godfather, right? Because what is a man to his family? Yeah, he could protect, he could show safety, he could show security, he could even leave finances, but you got to harvest. You got to be responsible for the produce. Your hands got to touch the food that goes in your children and your woman's mouth, right? Because whoever feeds her is her God. And it's not whoever purchases the food, it's the energy of the food that goes in her that she becomes, okay? Because the food is genetically dispensed and coded in order to transfer information to her, and you are what you eat. So she becomes a product of the product. And what is the product? The product is corporate. Because the corporatization of food, after man abandoned it and ran to the cities for factories, that has been their main on-way ramp into our consciousness by them Trojan horse and their way into the temple of the Most High to flip the goddamn tables over. You understand me? Do you hear me now? That's what we're looking at. So when man takes a stand and gets back in the garden and gets his hands back in the soil and reconnects with the land, not just making false land claims, but actually becoming one with the land, then the land starts responding differently to him. Then the land looks at him as a man and not a boy. Let's keep it moving. Because the land is where our treasures is at. The land is where our mineral resources and riches is at. But not just in minerals in terms of solid minerals, gold and ore, iron and things of that nature. Not just in liquid blood of the earth in terms of oil, right? But what about the food? What about the nutrients? What about the superpower packed proteins? Look at this sunflower. Look, one of these things, with permission, I'm about to disengage. You about to run with a winner. Don't worry about it. I'm about to integrate you, right? I had to speak to it before I released it from its soil. Before I untethered it from its soil, I spoke to it and I said, you're about to run with a giant. I'm going to integrate you and make use of you. I'm not going to waste these jewels, because you know that's a fraction of energy is called the joules, Joules. I'm going to integrate you. I'm going to enjoy you. I'm going to appreciate you. I'm not going to sacrifice you and put you on an altar. I don't need to eat your entrails. Just let me get some of this chlorophyll. It's so robust. Like, just one. It's so full. Like, you see my cheek is going up. Like my cheek, like I ate like a whole piece of shit. Like, that's how filling one sunflower sprout. A sprout has the potentiality of what you see when the sunflower becomes 15 feet. It don't change. It's the same sprout. Just in the grown form, that sprout got that same amount of nutrient that a 15-foot sunflower do with 1,000 petals and 1,000 seeds. Yes, it do. Let's get back to the garden. All right, let's get back to the garden. Let me share this with you on the screen so you can read along with me. I would prefer that. You understand me? Hold on now. Y'all all right? Y'all all right with me now? So we're moving through Genesis 2:15. Peace from Sugar Hill. Yes. Shout out to Sugar Hill. Let's see if we have any cross correlations that we can touch upon before we keep moving. Deuteronomy 11:13. So if you carefully obey the commandments I am giving you today, to love the Lord your God and to serve him with all of your heart and all of your soul, then I will provide rain for your land and season, the autumn and spring rains, that you may gather your grain, new wine, and oil, and I will provide grass in the field for your livestock, and you will eat and be satisfied. Now, how does disruptions in the quantum field happen with a person's obligation towards worship, towards their star orientation? Obligation to worship towards your star orientation. That means that for the many gods that are out there, which one is yours? Whichever one governs the coordinates of the star quadrants that you came from, my nigga. And that's why the sky split up the way that it does, right? Yesterday was Saturday. That's Saturn. That's governed by that particular principality or energy frequency. Today is Sunday, is governed by the Father, which is the sun. In this dimension, tomorrow is Monday, governed by the moon. Tuesday is Tuesday, governed by Mars. Those are looked at as entities and gods. You are invoking them every day. If this is a Christian nation, nigga, why do we still have quote unquote pagan names on the thing that's most imperative and important? If this is 2026 in the year of our Lord, why is every day that speaks to those particular days named after subordinate gods? Why is that? Moses flees to Midian. We are in Exodus 2:15. When Pharaoh heard about this matter, he sought to kill Moses, but Moses fled from Pharaoh and settled in the land of Midian, where he sat down beside a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came to draw water and fill the throws to water the father's flock. So we all know that the 7 daughters is Pleiades. So what cosmic story are they telling here, right? And if Moses was a constellation, who would he be? If they're making this cosmic correlation through an anthropomorphized story where they're using physical beings to tell a narrative that is cosmic in origin. Okay? Yeah. Moses is on a run eating. And he's thinking about skeeting. He got 7 daughters. You know, Moses was sizing them up. Let's keep it moving, though. But let's not keep it moving before we go through this reminder in New Testament. This is Matthew 2:13. When the Magi had gone and an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, "Get up," he said. Oh, now you angels are coming to Joseph's dreams. But you was going to his wife's dream and slitting wood in her. But now you come into Joseph's dream to save the baby that's not his. That's that he gets the stepfather of lifetime award. Take the child and his mother and flee to Kemet, to Egypt. Stay there until I tell you, for Herod is going to search for the child to kill him. So he got up, took the child and his mother by night, and withdrew to Egypt. Now again, even this is a telling of a story that has cosmological narratives in it, because he was the stepfather of a son that he wasn't the father of, right? And the archons, or the forces, the same people who unalived Jesus, is the same people in charge right now, still doing the same demonic ceremonial rituals that they were doing during that time. Why are they not explicit in this particular contextual book about who their greatest adversary was at the time? You would think that it was Rome. Why is there any Roman gods that are still standing? And the Romans did in the Messiah. And the Romans are where the church is at. And the Romans are still in control today. And the Romans are tied into the Templars, and the Romans, and the Romans, and the Romans, and the Romans is tied into them, and it all goes back to Rome. And even if you're looking for redress on this land, it's not with the corporation of the United States. That's only 250 years old. If you are bearing the curse of Ham, that you qualified in 2019, you was under the oppression, you paid the price, the burden, to have the label consecrated and removed off to you. Because if you were the people who bore the curse of Ham, 1619 to 2019 was 400 years. Your ass supposed to be sitting in the castle, at the seat in the citadel. You're supposed to have the keys to the kingdom because the curse is supposed to have been lifted. And you, as Canaanites or son of Canaan, they done hacked your spell, they hacked your curse, and they hacked your identity, and they hacked your land. They hacked the good shit that coming for you. They hacked the bad shit coming from you. Nigga, you just composting somebody's narrative at this point. Who are you in the narrative? Who are you, melanated man? And stop just telling me that you the 12 tribes, nigga. Who are you? Why are these people saying that, yeah, but Moloch and Baal are Canaanite gods? So they're worshiping your gods in secret. They're posing as your gods in public, or the recipients of the children of the Most High of your God in public. They done kick you to the wayside. They doing your dark shit in secret too. Who are you tapping into? Because you don't even know that you the king. You saying you claim the curse, but you don't know who the people are or what comes with them. You don't even understand that Palestine is Canaan land. You don't understand that Ham is a place in Palestine. You don't understand what the curse of Ham is, but you niggas eat the most ham. Who are you and what do you want so we can help you, right? And why, if Kemet is so demonized, do they always send their most trusted people there to be safe? Why was it good for Moses? Why was it good for Joseph? Why was it good for Jesus? And the list goes on and on. If it was such a place of apostasy, if it was such a place of demonic powers, if it was such a place that was so disenfranchised from a connection to divinity, why would you send the child of the Most High to have covering in a land that was supposed to be adversary to his existence? Why is the enemy always Romans, but there's never been a war on Rome? And we talking about them sending Jesus in the New Testament. So this is, nigga, you grew up in a whole civilization with the Old Testament that your people got Passover because they left Kemet, the tabernacle because they left Kemet. Everything is built on that 40-year sojourn through the desert, going into a promised land that was 7 times booked like an Airbnb. But y'all still talking crazy about Kemet. And the same people who were looking for the firstborn, because they got beef with the father, they have beef with the son, the S-U-N. So they always want to get the firstborn or the son, the S-O-N, out of the way, because he's the only one who's going to defend the father. Why? How do you defend the father? You propagate his species on this planet. More melanin means more receptivity to the motherboard of Gaia that the Most High has to channel himself through and experience reality. Why? Because he's blind. He can't see, nigga. He can only feel. You don't get it? So they say the fall of man is what? He has no handle on his sensibilities based on being a slave to stimulus, right? Fuck that morality shit. I want to come down here and feel. And we in Aquarian age, so God want to feel the weirdest of shit. This is him. This is not the devil. If God didn't want it like this, it wouldn't be like that. But we over here pointing fingers at one another, getting mad. And I'm like, no, this is God's play. He can't see. He's sentient, so he don't have morality for shit that he can't see. Oh, I just know how it felt. I didn't know what it looked like, right? It's just starting to sound like Blink Twice, man. It's starting to sound like Blink Twice. You feel me? If you think Epstein Island is something, my nigga, could you imagine the Crusades? Could you imagine underneath Rome, the Vatican? Could you imagine what they was doing when they were churning entire countries into brothels? Could you imagine? Then can you put a number on it? I bet you can't. But you triggered about what you seeing in the modern era. But they told you about Caligula and all of that shit. So you talking about a shit trail. You talking about, yeah, a shit stain. Yeah, that's what Hannibal Barker was going there to clean them up for. That's what the Moors was going to clean them up for. Nigga, this wasn't no secret who these people were and what they did and what they're doing. We've been told you this. But it's not time for that. We'll have another time for that. I ain't gonna go into the been told you bag. Right? That shit holds no merit because we're still here with it. But if we could only shift our focus to not, don't end up like, don't get monkey glued into it. Turn your face from it. Turn your attention from it. Make the discuss allow you the energy to detach. I'm gonna say that again. Hold on. I'm gonna light an instance for this one. Let the discuss give you the determination to detach. Let the discuss give you the determination to detach, my nigga, right? And the minute that you detach and find something else to do, the minute that you shift your energy and stop being a battery and a resource for these archons, the minute that you take back your power, which is your time and your attention, because I'm gonna tell you something about time, because we're mincing our faces and we can't deal with the reality of what the reality is. Nick, Saturn eats all his children. Hold on. Get into my dark bag for a minute. Explain that to you. Hold on. Saturn eats all his children. We will all be consumed by time. You're just taking it literal at this point. But Saturn eats all his children. We will all be consumed by time and turned into compost. You understand me? So, yeah, you're bearing witness to an inversion of it, but don't get so puritanical that you're missing the point here. Okay? Leviticus 2:15, laws for grain offerings. You can even petition the ear of the Most High. You can even make a payment, because they would have you believe that this spirituality here is transactional. You got to give to get. And God wants to be paid in food because that's a currency, nigga. Right? That's a currency. Yes, shout out to anytime I speak like this, the memory, the impact, and the moments that we got to share with Brother Panic will forever be cherished. I can't even begin to pretend like I can do what he do, and I never would try. You know what I'm saying? That brother's in a class of his own, and we salute the memory of Brother Pan. Okay? So yes, he used to call folk archon food. Grain offerings. Brother Panic, yes. If you bring a grain offering of first fruits to the Lord, that's what Cain did, right? Cain was a farmer who brought the first fruits to the Lord, and the Lord was looking for what? He was looking for mutton. He was looking for curry goat, and that's what Abel brought. So he preferenced the brothers over one another and created a schism, okay, which ultimately led to Cain taking the life of his quote-unquote brother and becoming the first driller, and Cain now sits over the clan of the killers. So Cain goes and have Enoch. Cain has Nimrod, right? And all of the stuff that we're speaking about now with the Babylonian gods and Baal and all of them, all of that comes from the clan of Cain. Think about that, my nigga. Can you sit and swallow and digest that pill? Because we're speaking about melanated entities at the end of the day, right? Regardless of whether these people are worshiping them or not, these are black gods. These are deep entrenched melanated entities. These are the Typhoonian entities that were blue-black before the lights came on, nigga. So let's not pretend and just act like this shit is some Nordic thing. No, they're tapping into the death and the demiurge that is blue-black. The shit that you're scared of in your dreams that you can't connect to. You know what I'm saying? You can't go to the depths of the deep of where your adversary is willing to go because you spooked. But you're supposed to be, you poking the bear. You poking the bear. But you're not willing to do the shit that he's willing to do to pay homage to the entities that you best identify with, because that's who you come from. It's just in your DNA. It's part of who you are. And the evidence is in your skin. Nigga, you telling on yourself. Right? And they running fucking loops around you because they're willing to do shit for your ancestors that you're not willing to do for yourself. And you getting beat at your own game. And the whole galaxy knows it. And you scared of yourself. But you want to play bad with me. Okay. Oh, we're going to get to it. Laws for grain offerings. If you bring a grain offering of first fruits to the Lord, you shall offer crushed heads of new grain roasted on the fire. This is how God wants his shit. He's specific, nigga. Right? If you're going to bring me some fruits, if you're going to bring me some grains, this is how I need them. And you ought to put oil and frankincense on it. It is a grain offering. The priest shall then burn the memorial portion of the crushed grain in the oil together with all its frankincense as an offering made by fire to the Lord. Now, if you come to the next lecture that me and Red is doing next Sunday, because I could not do the one today because I got too much information and I didn't have enough time to put my stuff together. I didn't even have enough time on the Super Bowl show, even though it went over good on Brother Rich's last Monday. Salute. I wanted to get into my diatribe. I could not get into it because I didn't have enough time. I need like 8 hours with this next lecture. I got so much information, it's mind-boggling. But but where was I even going with the shit? Yeah. Oh man. God is once again very specific as to how he wants to transact. This should tell us the power of food, right? Food also is a vehicle that we utilize to have a direct connection and contact with our deity. Why? Because food and root chakra, your food is tied to your root chakra. Your God is tied to your root chakra. The security is tied to your root chakra, right? Somebody, can we attend your lectures online? Of course, yes. There's a link in the bio for the next one. It's on Eventbrite. It's called When in Rome, the Fire Horse, something. Shout out to Red. I'll drop the link. Right. Yeah, I'm having a Bobby brain fart, but it's all good because I remember what I wanted to say before that. And I was just speaking about the importance of food and why. Oh, I was saying that if you come to the lecture, I'm going to share footage. I was a priest in a Moorish Masonic lodge before, right? There was only one of them. It was called Temple Assault Number 1. And we were Moorish Masons. We started on the 99th degree and we hailed from Luxor. We didn't hail from St. John, and we wasn't necessarily tapped into the Solomon shit. We were autonomously standing on our Moorish Masonry, and we start with the Memphis Rite, which is 99 degrees. I was the priest of that lodge, right? I was the priest of that lodge. I'm going to bring some pictures out. Okay, fezzed up and everything. So I know the duties of a priest. I've been priest in other pantheons as well, and spiritual traditional systems, right? It entails something totally different. That's why I can speak with authority about majority of these ceremonies, because I have either seen them or participated to a degree, right? I said Moorish masonry, there's a difference, right? You have to go and inquire with Masons. Masons only go to the 33rd degree. I say we start at the 99th degree in Moorish masonry. I'll get back to it. You know what I'm saying? This is some other shit. 315 Claremont, yeah, which is the Grand Lodge of the Masons in Brooklyn. They gave us our own, it was the Blue Lodge. They gave us our own floor and they got the fuck up out of there. And they let us do whatever we wanted to do. Fully do whatever we wanted to do. Shout out to the Moors. I'm gonna tell that story. But anyway, so I know what it entails in terms of being a priest. You know what I'm saying? You are in charge of ceremony, ritual, and things of that nature, just like the Levites or the priesthood that were Moses' brother Aaron was in charge of the Levitical priests, and his sons became his first students, and they had to prepare the altar, they had to prepare the room, they had to prepare the food, they had to prepare the sacrifice for how God gave instructions as to how he wanted to transact. But what is never specified is the importance that went into the farmer, the importance that went into the shepherd, the importance, because God don't want blemished animals. He has the best of the crop, and he has the firstborn of the fruits. So if you're growing for God, think about that. You're growing for God because your best picks are not being eaten by humans. You're growing for God to make offerings. I don't even want to say sacrifice. It's offerings. You know what I'm saying? You're making offerings, and you have to have the best agricultural skills. You got to be a sharpshooter when it comes to that garden, because this is how God wants to transact for him to respond to you. So there's great importance there, right? There's value there. And we are no longer specifying that value. We no longer put a heavy emphasis on Black farmers, like what you growing, where you at, you know what I'm saying? What kind of help do you need? Yo, you are very important to my existence, because I need to know that my food ain't got black seeds in it and things of that nature. I need to know that it's not 3D printed. I need to know that it's not, been dealt with in a crazy way, because these are our bodies that we're speaking about. Reparation means repair. We need to repair the Black body so we can repair the Black family, so we can repair the Black home, and that will repair the Black community. And then we can heal up the Black world, right? It's the opposite of the domino effect. It's when the dominoes go back up like pillars. Nehemiah 10:35. We will also bring the first fruits of our land and every fruit tree to the house of the Lord year by year, and we will bring the firstborn of our sons and our livestock, as it is written in the law, and we will bring the firstborn of our herds and flocks to the house of our God, to the priests who minister in the house of our God. Moreover, we will bring to the priests at the short storerooms of the house of our God the first fruits of our dough, of our grain offerings, of the fruit of all of our trees, and of our new wine and oil. A tenth of our produce belongs to the Levites, so that they shall receive tithes in all of the towns where we labor. Do you want me to repeat that? Right? And again, I'm just reiterating this to show what emphasis it was put on choice cuts, firstborn fruits, right? And the fiat, the transaction that you transacted with God to get favor from God by way of prayer was food, right? It was food, because sacrificing livestock, and he want blood and guts and entrails, the same shit you seeing today in the Epstein files, right? You're gonna find that all through the Old Testament. And it all comes from the fact that if Abraham was first Abram and he comes from Chaldea, guess what? Chaldea are Phoenicians. Guess what? Phoenicians are Babylonian. Guess what? The father of the Jewish people comes from Babylonia. So why wouldn't the customs and the traditions spill over into it if they were creating a religion on the fly? And this is no disrespect to nobody who is researching this, study is this, and this is part of your lifestyle, right? I'm just asking the right questions that need to be asked, and it's out of no disrespect to nobody's doctrine or indoctrination. Doctrine, dogma, or indoctrination is of no disrespect. I'm taking this up with the big homie. Nehemiah, yes. Somebody said the Brahmins in India, i.e. the Aryans, yes. Nehemiah 10:35, we will also bring the first fruits of our land and of every fruit tree to the house of the Lord year by year, to the temple. And we will bring the firstborn of our sons, right? Remember, they want the firstborn sons, okay? And our livestock, as it is written in the law, and we will bring the firstborns of our herds and flocks to the house of our God, to the priests who minister in the house of our God. Moreover, we will bring to the priests at the storerooms of the house of our God the first fruits of our dough, our grain offerings, of the first of the fruit of all of our trees, and of our new wine and oil, because that's currency back then, especially oil. That was currency. A tenth of our produce belongs to the Levites. So this is them paying tithes, right? To create storehouses of grain, flour, and firstborn fruits, right? So they shall receive tithes in all of the towns where we labor. They're going to use some tithes for themselves for sustenance, and then the rest of it gets given as tribute to quote unquote their God, Yahweh, right? Who transacts by way of food, right? Same way in African traditional systems, if you want to communicate with ancestors or you want to call upon a particular spirit, right? And you do an Odu, it's going to tell you how to transact with it. And the transaction is going to be food. Yeah, God wants his shit cooked and he wants to find us a cuts. You know what I mean? It doesn't go to the people. It doesn't go to their stomach. It doesn't go to their sustenance. It goes to their superstition. I can't call it that, right? Because these people believe that this shit works and they got receipts. That's why they still doing it, right? And you doing whatever you're doing whatever they're telling you to do, though. That's the difference. You know what I'm saying? They getting busy and they got the billions to prove it, because in this realm, that's how we equate success. That's how we equate things getting complete, right? Oh, yeah. Shout out to Minister Jew and the priesthood over there. I appreciate them. Salute to them. Salute. Noble Land Pool. The priesthood is next level. Shout out to Al-Kibalon. I think we're getting one in today. We're going to do one of our, what's the science? Numbers 2:15, the orders of the camp. No, we're not going to do that. Let's skip it. Deuteronomy. Let's get to Deuteronomy. Today we're going to stay on cue. If it doesn't apply to what it is that, we're speaking on, you know what I mean? We're going to let it fly. I don't necessarily want to be here for 4 hours. Wandering in the wilderness. The time we spent traveling from Kadesh Barnea until we crossed over the brook of Zered was 38 years, until that entire generation of fighting men had perished from the camp, as the Lord had sworn to them. Indeed, the Lord's hand was against them to eliminate them from the camp until they had perished. Now, when all of the fighting men amongst the people had died, yeah, what do you do then? Numbers 26:64. Amongst all of these, however, there was not one who had been numbered by Moses and Aaron the priests when they counted the Israelites in the wilderness of Sinai. For the Lord had told them that they would surely die in the wilderness. No one was left except Caleb, son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, son of Nun. right? Before we go on, let's just read this last one. Numbers 14:22. This is you know, this is when Yahweh was really in his feelings with his children, and they were crossing the desert, and they were in their feelings because 40 years in a barren desert is it's one hell of a journey. You know, not one of the men who have seen my glory and the signs I performed in Egypt and in the wilderness, yet have tested me and disobeyed me these 10 times. Not one will ever see the land that I swore to give their fathers. None of those who have treated me with contempt will see it. So, he was separating the wheat from the chaff. He wasn't taking no disrespect. And he's like, y'all not finna make it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna perish right here. You're gonna turn into worm food right here in the desert. I'm gonna make pottery out of you. And it's God spins the block, not the devil. He signs off on it. God signs off on it. The devil might prompt it, but God got to sign off on everything. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, he's a driller. He got bad bodies. The promise to Rahab, Joshua 2:15. Our lives for your lives, the men agreed. If you do not report our mission, we will show you kindness and faithfulness when the Lord gives us the land. Then Rahab let down by a rope through the window, since the house where she lived was built into the wall of the city. Go to the hill country, she says, so that your pursuers will not find you. Hide yourselves there for 3 days until they have returned. Then go on your way. So yeah, Rahab is the prostitute, right? And they had came to her and she hid them. And Exodus 1:17, again, this the eating of the firstborn, or the unaliving of the firstborn, is something that was always going on, right? You can find it in this narrative of the script. If the Romans or these particular forces, right, or just even if the ones that you see now that you identify the eugenicists, if their beef is with the sun, right? If Bill Gates ultimately their apex goal is to block the sun, is to block melanin production on this planet, because that's the only thing that will push back. That's the only thing that is thwarting whatever plan that they do have. So in order to go against the Father, which is the S-U-N, they have to attack the S-O-N, right? Which is going to be the only one that will activate to defend the Father here in this dimensional plane of existence. So they've always targeted the firstborn, right? And this particular Exodus 1:17, the midwives, however, feared God and did not do as the king of Egypt had instructed. They let the boys live. So the king of Egypt summoned the midwives and asked them, why have you done this? Why have you let the boys live? The midwife answered Pharaoh, the Hebrew women are not like the Egyptian women, for they are vigorous and give birth before a midwife arrives. So it was told to me in ceremony, right? And this is in my African traditional priesthood role. When I asked the elders of this system, where did the quote unquote white man come from? He told, or what is their existential beef? What is their beef with the Father? Right, if you will, what is their beef with the Father? He said that in the villages, that when they first had signs of them, they would be born as deformities, and the village doesn't cater to deformities because that's a strain on the village. So they were told, the midwives and the women were told to take those seeds out into the, so much, if you will, let's say, for lack of a better term, into the desert, for lack of a better term, and do away, unalive them. You know what I'm saying? These women showed compassion and allowed them passage and escape. That's why to this day, there's an allegiance issue that he has when it comes to her and when it comes to you. He'll put her in positions of power, not necessarily just because he wants to destabilize you in the household. It is also because he has an inherent obligation to her, right? You don't allow, as geneticists, someone that you say is an animal, a monster, and a beast, you don't allow that person's mother to put colostrum fluid inside of your child, knowing that, right, the sucking of breast, so melanated women as wet nurse during slavery is a lie. To say that, oh, they will put their child on the breast of a quote unquote wet nurse, but don't know that the colostrum of that woman is going to genetically dispose that child almost as her own. Because the colostrum fluid, when the child is doing a sucking motion on the quote unquote nipple, right? That the sutures, when you pull like this is activating the open aspects of the brain that has to close up. This is what activates pineal activity. This is what brings a person online and into consciousness. And also the genetic matter, the mitochondrial genetic matter that's coming out of that colostrum fluid is ultimately going to change that child into a version of the mother. You understand? So with them being so scientific, allegedly, or eugenicists, you think that they didn't notice? You think that they didn't notice? Right? But we believe anything that's being told to us. And I, maybe at one point I did as well. So I'm not judging. I'm just saying that we just, these are the questions that come to me and shit when I'm high. And I'll be like, it don't make sense. I said one day in the future though, I had an opportunity to have these conversations, and here I am, and we talking on it. Judges 2:15. Let's get there. Judges 2:15. So that is what the that's what the spiritual, some of the, those are some of the secrets that, you know, they have not openly shared with us about where this entity comes from their records, from their understanding, from their remembrance. Because some of these systems have not been interrupted with slavery. Some of these systems have not been thwarted with colonization. Some of these systems have been intact. You know what I'm saying? For 20 to 40,000 years. These all right. Judges 2:15, Israel unfaithfulness. Then the anger of the Lord burned against Israel, and he delivered them into the hands of those who plundered them. Right? So God negotiates with terrorists. He sold them into the hands of their enemies all around, whom they were no longer able to resist. Wherever Israel marched out, the hand of the Lord was against them to bring calamity, just as he had sworn to them. So they were greatly distressed. Right? So God would do that to his own. Right? God will push back on his own children. He will condemn his own children. And once again, empower the hands of their enemies. So was he working with the gods of those people's enemy? Was he also their God? So if there's only one God, then you're saying that you're the God of all of them. So before Jesus came and democratized religion, no, before Paul came, should I say, and democratized religion by making it accessible, he decentralized religion and made it accessible to all people they call Gentiles, right? But before that, then you saying that God was the God of Gentiles too? If there's only one God, but all of these other people allegedly have false God, why would he spank his people if they didn't? Why would he be so much in his feelings if he didn't have competition? And who built all them goddamn temples before Yahweh showed up? Who figured out? Yeah. And if the Jews was under the Greeks and the Romans, why is that never expressed in the book? Why they not ever talking crazy about Zeus? Why they never talking crazy about Mercury and Aries and right? Why have they not whacked out their murals yet? These are still names of the weeks, of the months, of a lot of shit. So makes you go, Judges, let's keep it moving. Roof. Shout out to Roof. Roof 215. Boaz meets Ruth. Boaz is moving in. At mealtime, Boaz said to her, "Come over here. Have some bread and dip it into the vinegar sauce." So she sat down beside the harvesters, and he offered her roasted grain, and she ate and was satisfied and had some left over. When Ruth got up to go glean, Boaz ordered his young men, "Even if she gathers amongst the sheaves, do not insult her. Rather, pull out for her some stalks from the bundles and leave them for her to gather. Do not rebuke her." So they was transacting in food, right? That he was even courting her. He was wooing her. He was gifting and awarding her. You know what I'm saying? He was giving her some food. Shit. You bring Shorty some chocolates and stuff like that on Valentine's, right? You got to show up with some food. She want to take you to Red Lobsters. It's about that food. Now, what food we choose to replace it with, that's on us to create culture around food. Create a new wave, a new narrative. 1 Samuel 2:15, Eli's wicked sons, and plunge it into the pan or kettle or cauldron or cooking pot. And the priest would claim for himself whatever the meat fork brought up. This is how they treated all of the Israelites who came to Shiloh. Even before the fat was burned, the servant of the priest would come and say to the man who was sacrificing, "Give the priest some meat to roast, because he will not accept boiled meat from you, only raw. And if any man said to him, 'The fat must be burnt first, then you may take whatever you want,' the servant will reply, 'No, you must give it to me right now. If you refuse, I will take it by force.'" Okay? So once again, we find evidence of them transacting in food. We find the importance of food, right? And we also find that there was super duper specifications that, quote unquote, God had about how he wanted his food prepared, right? Leviticus 3:3, for the Lord offering, for the peace offering, he is to bring a food offering to the Lord, the fat that covers the entrails. All right, so entrails are intestines. And if you are mindful of, shout out to brother A. Rashid, Sumerian and Babylonian soothsayers, if you will, diviners, if you will, prophets of their time, if you will, the way that they divine, the way that they cast lots to come up with conclusions, right, is they would cut the entrails of an animal and they would read the spots on the entrail, right? And if it was favorable, almost like a binary code type of thing, almost like he was pitching shells, right? They would do it with entrails. Entrails are intestines, they're chitlins, right? The Epstein files have exposed that they were eating children's chitlins, children's intestines, and they were eating it with cream cheese, and they were sucking the doo-doo out of. This shit is graphic. It's crazy, but it's Sunday, and we're speaking about evil in high places and principalities, and this is just the reality of the world that we live in. And none of it is new. So we do need to get over it. Not saying excuse it. I'm just saying that come to terms with the fact that this has been here longer than you. And there's a reason that these people do it, and they believe that it actually works. So these come from these ancient, more archaic ceremonial rituals, which are all tied to Babylon. Unfortunately, because once again, Abram comes from Ur of Chaldea, which is Babylon, right? And they're Phoenicians. So Phoenicians are seafaring people. These are the travelers. You can't have it both ways, especially Moors. Like, these are melanated people that they're speaking about. And just because melanated people was doing some downright dirty shit. Again, just because you got melanin doesn't make you obsolete to mean that, you know, everybody's part of the, you know, heavenly gate type shit. Dark forces are just that, nigga. They are the dark ones in skin tone too. Originally, can't have it both ways. Leviticus 10:14, and you and your sons and daughters may eat the breast of the wave offering and the thigh of the contribution in the ceremonial clean place, because these portions have been assigned to you and your children from the peace offerings of the sons of Israel. They are to bring the thigh of the contribution and the breast of the wave offering together with the fat portions of the food offerings to wave as a wave offering before the Lord. It will belong permanently to you and your children as the Lord has commanded. So you be wondering, why do they be collecting body parts and putting them in mason jars? I mean, they was doing this when niggas was hanging from trees, right? Our ancestors, melanated people, not niggas, right? To this day, like the people that were doing it in the 60s are still alive today. They still got the jars in their crib. What form of sorcery do you think that the Christian church was participating in when they would leave church and go to a hanging and cut body parts off and put it in mason jars and put it on their mantles? Are you asking the obvious questions? Right? Because by the time this dawns on you, because you, again, you're going to show up, your whole family, y'all going to be in the living room for the sinners at the Oscars and shit. Y'all going to be rooting for them. Yeah, I hope they win. Like, are you ready to deal with the truth of this shit? We already told you that it was a documentary. They stealing from Red and Blue and they made smoking stacks. But it goes deeper than that, my nigga. We literally are surrounded by vampires that want in. And when they get in, they want your blood, nigga. They want your plasma. They want your blood, sweat, and your tears. Right? We love entertainment. We love to be entertained by the shit that's real. But then, you know, we ain't got no time for the real shit. But we gonna make posts about if they win the Oscars and shit and how dope Ryan Coogler is, and he is. But the reality of the situation is that shit is really going on. Are you ready for that? You know what I'm saying? And what if Silver don't kill these vampires? Then what? It ain't a movie no more, is it? The war between the houses of David and Saul. Then Abner said to Joab, let us have the young men and get up and compete before us. Let them get up, Joab replied. Before they got up and were counted off, 12 for Benjamin and Ishbosheth, son of Saul, and 12 for David. Then each man grabbed his opponent by the head and thrust his sword into his opponent's side, and they all fell together. So this place, which is in Gibeon, is called Helkath Hazarim. Again, let's just explain this in biological terms without it being so I don't want to go off the deep end, right? But they can't help but go off the deep end, right? That's where they exist in the fringes. So when you're looking at sprouted plants like this, look at chlorophyll as melanin, look at melanin as adrenochrome, look at sprouts as children, right? Baby plants. Okay. These baby plants have more power and protein in them than grown plants do. They have experienced less trauma, right? And they're fresher and they're newer. It's the same thing inverted wise that they're doing with human babies, right? In that particular sacrifice, because the entity or the deity that they're making ebo to, or they're making these particular offerings to, that is what they request. They want baby energy. They want baby blood. They want, yes, the newest energy. Have you seen Dark Crystal? They're sketchies. They want the essence, and the essence is tainted. Same way when God said his offerings, he wants unblemished, right? Choice cuts and firstborn. It has to be the best of the flock. Harvest in a particular way that has the most nutritional value to God when you sacrifice it, right? I don't see why you can't see that there's no difference and where this stuff comes from. Even if it's an inversion, right? It comes from here, from these ceremonial sacrificial rites. And our job would really be asking ourselves, well, where did the Babylonians get it from, right? Is this shit some archon off-planet stuff, right? Why were they so wrong but believe that they so right? And how long has the deception been going on where people are really duped into believing this stuff and super emotional about it? And they got whole movements designating themselves as, I'm this person, or I'm that person, or this is the origin of the planet. Man, none of that shit is correct. The execution of Adonijah, 1 Kings 2:15, right? Or these people off planet Anunnakis and shit like that. Or is the Gnostic interpretation of it, right? Are we living in a simulation that's being run by a demiurge, right? And is the goal to break the simulation? Then he said, I have something to tell you. Say it, she answered. You know that the kingship was mine, he said. All Israel expected that I should reign, but the kingship was turned to my brother, for it has come to him from the Lord. So now I have one request of you. Do not deny me. State your request, she told him. That's deep. You know, this book is a book about birthright theft and land right theft. You know what I'm saying? Birthright theft and land right theft. And then it's also narrative theft, because I think that the whole narrative got hijacked by a false narrative. It's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? I acknowledge the millions of years of history that existed before the Bible. I acknowledge the amounts of the hundreds of gods that existed before the existence of Yahweh, because something existed before that, and there's like contextual proof of it. All of Indus Kush, all of the Americas, majority of Africa, right? And even in Asia, everyone has something going on before this shit. And it was more complex, it was more scientific, it was more advanced. Yeah, them niggas did not have to prostrate 5 times a day to get divine revelations. And to do things that cannot be done today. They had something figured out. And people just be dismissive of it. The Buddhas and the Hindu, them shits was around for, they got thousands of years. They got temples carved in the side of mountains, my nigga, with precise precision. Like we're overlooking people's great contributions because we're blinded by religion and them telling you that shit was evil or demons did it. Nigga, if demons could do that, what can your angels do to rival that? You know what I'm saying? That's the issue. The best you could do was the temple. No disrespect. 2 Samuel 12:7. Then Nathan said to David, you are that man. This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. I anointed you king over Israel, and I delivered you from the hand of Saul. I gave your master's house to you, and your master's wives into your arms. I gave you the house of Israel and Judah. And if that was not enough, I would have given you even more. So David falls out. Solomon falls out. But then we sitting here and we talking about them like they're the most holiest of bloodlines that Jesus comes from. I'm like, nigga, this was the evidence of the fall. Like both of them bloodlines was compromised. The daddy was compromised and his son was a piece of work. And his son is the activating on ramp to, if this shit is an archon play, it deals directly with Solomon opening them seals and fucking with them entities. That's where it happens at. Clearly. Elisha succeeds Elijah. 2 Kings 2:15, when the sons of the prophets who were facing him from Jericho saw what had happened, they said, the spirit of Elijah rests on Elisha. And they went to meet him and bowed down to the ground before him. Look now, they said to Elisha, we, your servants, have 50 valiant men. Please let them go and search for your master. Perhaps the spirit of the Lord has taken him up and put him on one of the mountains or on one of the valleys. Do not send them, Elisha replied. So Elijah got pulled into the heavens in physical form and with his clothes on and all that. He wasn't even necessarily, was it transfiguration? Did he turn into a body of light? That's not what the narrative says. They said that he went up into the heavens, same way that they say about Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Same way that they say about Enoch, right? Same way they say about Jesus. And Elijah and Elisha were the names of smoking stacks as well in the movie Sinners. Um, they were Elijah and Elisha Moore was their names. Niggas ran with the whole narrative. You know what I'm saying? I hope they do win the Oscar, but I'm more interested in the real story. You know what I'm saying? And the church is vampires. Keep it moving. Let's go to 2 Chronicles. Y'all all right? Y'all all right? Hopefully y'all all right. 2:15, 2 Chronicles 2:15. Hiram's reply. So now we are dealing with Hiram. 2 Chronicles 2:15. He is the son of a woman from the daughters of Dan, right? We noted in the zodiac, the house of Dan represents Scorpio. And his father is a man of Tyre. So we know that Tyre, like in the Masonic Lodge, you have the Tyre, right? So this is them, you know who Hiram is Hiram Abiff. He is the master builder of the Temple of Solomon. He is the quote unquote, the pinnacle point in masonry, because Hiram is the master builder who got hit on his head by 3 ruffians. So he got hit in his throat, his temple, and top of his crown. So that means the upper chakra points, throat chakra, temple, which is the pineal, and the crown. I got stabbed in all 3 of them, ironically. And I don't know if that was my initiation at the age of 17, but I got stabbed in my throat, here, my temple, where that scar is at. And then if you feel on the top of my head, there's an indentation. They say I died and I came back on that one. I just remember passing out. And then when I woke up, my daddy was looking at me under the lights. But nonetheless, back to the narrative, right? That's Hiram Abiff is that. Who they say when you get to a certain degree, they bring out the homeless man, melanated man, and they say that this is God. You know what I'm saying? The lowliest of them, a porter, a janitor, right? You still have to see him as God, right? You are Hiram in the shallow grave, waiting to be what? Uplifted by the lion's paw grip. Come on now. He is the son of a woman from the daughters of Dan, right? And his father is a man of Tyre. He is skilled in work with gold and silver, bronze and iron, stone and wood, purple, blue, and crimson yarn, and fine linen, right? You got that linen on like the god do. Woo. He is experienced in every kind of engraving and can execute any design that is given him. He is a master builder. He will work with your craftsmen and with those of my lord, your father David. Now let my lord send to his servants the wheat, barley, olive oil, and wine. He promised payment, transaction, and what? Food. We will cut logs from Lebanon because Lebanon has the best cedars, right? As many as you need, and we will float them to you as rafts by sea down to Joppa. Then you could take them up to Jerusalem. So they were negotiating the building of the temple because the stonemason or master builder has to build the temple. You feel me? So the building of the temple is, in essence itself, that is what masonry is built on. But masonry is built on this aspect of Solomon and the shit that he was doing in the temple with them seals, right? And I'll leave it at that. I'll just leave it at that. Ezra, let's see, do they got a 215? Let's go. Ezra 215. We're going to keep it moving. Nehemiah 215. Let's get to Nehemiah. Shout out to the Nehemiahs of the world. 215. Nehemiah. Nehemiah inspects the walls. Then I went on to the fountain gate in the king's pool, and there was no room for the animal under me to get through. So I went up the valley by night and inspected the wall. Then I headed back and re-entered through the valley gate. The officials did not know where I had gone or what I was doing, for I had not yet told the Jews or priests or nobles or officials or any other workers. Right? So they're talking about the temple again. Ezra 9:9. Let's do this cross correlation. Though we are slaves, Slavs, our God has not forsaken us in our bondage. Our God, oh, so you got a different God than other God, but he has extended to us grace in the sight of the kings of Persia, because they wouldn't have the same God, would they? Given us new life to rebuild the house of our God and repair its ruins, and given us a wall of protection in Judah and Jerusalem, right? So there are two, those are two separate places. And I feel that they're dealing with two separate people. Esther 2:15. Esther finds favor. She would go there in the evening, and in the morning she would return to a second harem under the care of Shashgaz, the king's eunuch in charge of concubines. So you know what that was back in the days, right? She would not return to the king unless he delighted in her and summoned her by name. Now Esther was the daughter of Abihail, the uncle from which Mordecai had adopted her as his own daughter. And when it was her turn to go to the king, she did not ask for anything except what Haggai, the king's trusted official in charge of the harem, had advised. And Esther found favor in the eyes of everyone who saw her. She was taken to King Xerxes in the royal palace in the 10th month, the month of Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. So, Esther took one for the team, right? Get some things moving. Save the lives of Mordecai. Let's go to Job 2:13. There's no 2:15 here, but we'll clear the 2:13. That's like Friday the 13th, right? When they lifted up their eyes from afar, they could barely recognize Job. They began to weep aloud, and each man tore his robe and threw dust in the air over his head. Then they sat on the ground with him for 7 days and 7 nights, but no one spoke a word to him because they saw how intense his suffering was. So, yeah, this, niggas think that they did the first silent retreat. You ain't do the first silent retreat. Job did the first silent retreat with his homies. That was the first silent retreat on record. And then Pythagoras and them, they was doing Illmatic 2-year silent retreats. Proverbs. Let's get to Proverbs, y'all. Proverbs 2:15. Real quick. The benefits of wisdom. From those who enjoy doing evil and rejoice in the twistedness of evil, whose paths are crooked and whose ways are devious. It will rescue you from the forbidden woman, from the stranger with seductive words. Mm. Let's do a cross reference. And we can honestly if you need any honey or any of the moss or the greens, I'm still waiting on the tea backup supply to come. Again, if you are in the city of Atlanta, you're gonna see us. We've been popping out the 5 gallons to the vegan social. I'll be in Brooklyn the next Sunday on the 22nd at Nicholas Brooklyn. Well, at Restoration Plaza for a health expo, and I'll have products with me, of course. But if you need any tea, if you need any of the what you call it, honey, and any of that good stuff, feel free to hit me up in the DM, and I will do everything in my power to get back in contact with you, get you some results. Right? And if you feel free to make a donation and a tithe, then we're gonna put that information up as well. Right, as we cross into the 2-hour mark. And we still cooking. We didn't even get to the New Testament yet. Right? But let me get back here to this Proverbs or this cross correlation before we move, this cross reference, right? Isaiah 59:8. The way of peace they have not known, and there is no justice in their ranks, right? So everyone is complicit because it's like, if you are a billionaire and this is what the Billionaires Boys Club is about, then, maybe you can just mind your business and that's the good thing to do. But I thought that we always be quoting King in this country about injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. And if these are your compatriots, if this is your clique, this is your crew, if this is how they move, like, you should call it out to just be like, yeah, I'm not one of them. They not like us over here. We on righteousness with these billions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? We haven't heard that yet. We haven't heard nobody willing to make a distinction of themselves, to stand out in the light, to say, yeah, my hands is clean. I could throw the first stone. Oh no. You don't see no stone throwing. You hear a whole lot of quiet from people who have access to all sorts of media apparatuses where they can make a whole lot of noise. Because when we was talking about the small hats, nigga, they find a way to tell you, no, don't talk about me. They shut your mic off. Why did they voluntarily shut their mics off with this? Right? They have turned them into crooked paths. No one who treads on them will know peace. Right? Matthew 7:13. Enter through the narrow gate, for wide is the gate and broad is the way that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate and narrow the way that leads to life, and only a few find it, right? Who is embarking on that journey? You know what I'm saying? Who is walking that narrow and straight path? All of them are walking a very crooked one. And they're in tandem, and they're in cahoots, and they're in concert, or they're living in fear. What's the use of having all that money? You can't be free. The wise and the foolish. Ecclesiastes 2:15. What's the use of saying that this administration is run by Christians and this is a Christian theocracy, right? But you can't call out Satan. You can't call it devil. But you call everybody else satanic. I see my receipts the other week, yesterday, not the other week. You know what I'm saying? And it was from last year. Facebook gave me my receipts from last year. And it was an article where Trump was calling Kendrick Lamar's halftime show satanic. Right? So when are they not crying and complaining and pointing fingers and projecting? The wise and the foolish. Ecclesiastes 2:15. The wise man has eyes in his head, but the fool walks in darkness. Yet I also came to realize that one fate overcomes them both. So I said to myself, the fate of the fool will also befall me. What then have I gained by being wise? As I said to myself, that this too is futile, for there is no lasting remembrance of the wise, just as with the fool, seeing that both will be forgotten in the days to come. Alas, the wise man will die just like the fool. So this is justification that they saying shit. Why be wise? Why be righteous? There's no evidence that this shit gonna work or pay off, right? They like YOLO, nigga. You only live once. Let's get to it. Let's get to it, right? So yeah, don't, but it also confirms what I just said, that the time or Father Time or Saturn or Chronos will eat all of his children. Time is going to consume all of us. They're saying shit, but I ain't gonna go legend. You can't go legend, nigga. Remain righteous, stand on principle. You can become legend doing that, right? We here reading a whole book about people that legendarily, allegedly did that shit. So why wouldn't that be goals for you? Songs of Solomon 2:15. The bride's admiration. Oh, my dove, in the clefts of the rock and the crevices of the cliff, let me see your face, let me hear your voice. For your voice is sweet and your countenance is lovely. Catch for us the foxes, the little foxes that ruin the vineyards. For our vineyards are in bloom. My beloved is mine, and I am his. He pastures his flocks amongst the lilies. Right? So they was really into them at one point. You know what I'm saying? Like if you was a shepherd, if you was a gardener, if you was a harvester, you was that person, right? The value that you had in society was all the way up there because everything was centered around food. Family was built around food. Community was built around food. Our endurance, our resilience, and our continuance as a society of people was contingent upon food and your storehouse of food. Did you have food, stored away in case of famine? Was God plentiful to you? Did he bestow on you his blessings? Did you get rain? Shit like that. John 15:1. Keep cooking, Minister Moreland. I am the true vine, and my Father is the keeper of the vineyard. He cuts off every branch of me that bears no fruit, and every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes to make it even more fruitful. You are already clean because of the words that I have spoken to you. You understand me? Say, I am the true vine, and my Father is the keeper of the vineyard. So, as I said, what? God is a gardener, and his son is a shepherd. But you should what? Operate under your vine and your fig tree. What does that mean? That means that your bloodline and your nation is who you have an obligation to. Your roots. right? And he comes to say, oh, well, I am rooted as the vine that connects all mankind, and that all runs through him, through him. Peace, God. Right? That vine and that fig tree, it all runs through him. And you heard it on the grapevine. So the beauty of what the vine brings, the beauty of the fact that we're bringing this healing vine from China called Jagulan, you know, the mystery of the vine. This is an immortal herb. God's divine, the divine can be found in the vine. And water is the major component. Shout out to my guy, Live Alkaline, North Carolina. We're gonna hit that land this year. We're gonna bring a wave of life to it. We're gonna build up on that land. Everywhere, every land that we touch, we're gonna leave structure. We're gonna leave life. We're gonna leave food. We're gonna leave seeds. We're gonna literally sow seeds. We're gonna literally leave food in our wake. Feel me? The day of reckoning, Isaiah 2:15, against all of the tall mountains, against all of the high hills, against every high tower, against every fortified wall, against every ship of Tarshish, and against every stately vessel, right? They was going in. I don't know where they were going. Zephaniah 1:14 as a cross reference. The great day of the Lord is near, near and coming quickly. Listen, the day of the Lord. Then the cry of the mighty will be bitter. That day will be a day of wrath, a day of trouble and distress, a day of destruction and desolation, a day of darkness and gloom, a day of clouds and blackness, a day of horn blasts and battle cries against the fortified cities, against high corner towns. Yes. Yes, this is happening. Right? Please hold the faith. Please hold the line. Please understand that the power is in your mind. Please understand that via imagination, your body can't tell the difference. So tap in. See yourself victorious, right? Visualize the fall of Babylon. Feel it, the intensity of it, but also see yourself prepared. Always see yourself with greener pastures. Always see yourself as being ready, right? You got a food source. You got security, and you got love with you. This too shall pass. Let that shit fall. And don't waste time, keeping score. Let it fall. Don't waste time keeping score. Build your field of dreams. In the meantime, turn your back to it and don't turn around like Lot. Just keep building. Just keep focusing, right, on your version of the new earth. Just keep focusing on your version of paradise. The consequences of Israel's sins. Is Israel a slave? Was he born into slavery? Why then has he become prey? The young lions have roared at him. They have growled with a loud voice. They have laid waste to his land. His city lies in ruin without inhabitants. The men of Memphis and Tafanhes have shaved the crown of your head. Right? The men of Memphis have shaved the crown off of your head. Right? The fall is here. Yes, Babylon must first fall in your mind. Right? Unrobe from her. Let her fall to the floor like a cloak, my nigga. Step out of her and keep it fucking moving. Yeah, you might step out butt ass, but that's your birthday suit. You ultimately keep moving toward the light and you're going to turn into a light body. Don't be ashamed of your nakedness like Adam and Eve, right? Keep motherfucking moving. The comfort of the cloak of her is what made you so comfortable, nigga. You are cloaked in her and you wearing it like a smallpox blanket. Get this shit up off of you. Free yourself, free your mind, keep moving, don't look back. She's falling. Yes, once upon a time, there was no America. Think about back then, right? How did you sustain yourself? Because there was empires here, and they had some things figured out. Visualize Tartaria if you need to, nigga. Atlantis, I don't care what it is. Anything other than this, it's not sustainable. Okay. I got you, my brother. You could, yeah, you could DM me, hit me up as well. We could compare notes. And we could help twice as many people together. 2 Kings 17:25. Now, when the settlers first lived there, they did not worship the Lord, so he sent lions amongst them, which killed some of them. Okay, I believe you, God. Let me screenshot this. Hold on. Because I like when people make those proclamations and they're like, look, nigga, check, tap in. Yeah, I'm going to follow up with that. I love intentionality because that's what bends the curve. The reason that I have been so successful with my proclamations and predictions is because my intentionality has always been 1,000. I really believe this shit. And I believe it first and then I know it because I see it. So it strengthens my belief. But I say belief because belief is tied into feeling, like Reverend Ike said. You have to believe first. You have to seed yourself with the belief. And belief is what? I know shit that I can't see right away. Why? Because I can feel it first. Why? Because, sometimes your eyes ain't going to be able to assist you. Not in the darkness. You got to feel your way through the darkness. Right? Got to feel because you're a sentient beings. You got to get your heart involved in it. Feeling, emotion, right? It magnetizes your reality to you. But the settlers first lived there and they didn't worship the Lord, so he sent lions amongst them, right? So we know that the Middle East is in Africa. It's a different geological, political name for Northern Africa. Where was they sending lions to Israel, nigga? Like to Europe? Like, come on, what are we talking about? So they spoke to the king of Assyria, saying, the people that you have removed and placed in the cities of Samaria do not know the requirements of the God of the land. Because of this, he has sent lions amongst them, which are indeed killing them off. Once again, like I said, this concept of God is always tethered and tied to the land. Who and what is the God of this land? They say, the indigenous people of the land say the name is Wakanda, right? And the other day we saw there was an article, the face of the Seattle Seahawks helmet. That's the name. That's Kwa. I don't want to mess the name up, but that's the deity. That's an entity that operates in this land. When I go to Jackson Wells in Oregon, when we do our Mount Shasta trips and we go to the hot springs, right? Jackson Springs, there is a big painting of that particular entity on the back wall. I always speak on it when I'm there. It's a Seahawk, but there's an indigenous name for it. You know what I'm saying? It represents a deity. There's deities that are tied to this land that have names, that have attributes. Yes, the Great Spirit. You know what I'm saying? Baal, right, is a god of thunder. Right? Why would they be worshiping Baal? What are they tapping into? Feel me? It's better to understand this stuff just than just be appalled by it necessarily, right? It's a Phoenician storm god. Okay, it's the god of sacrifice. So it sounds a lot like the God of the Bible. Okay. Lamentations 2:15. Let's get it. God's anger over Jerusalem. The visions of your prophets were empty and deceptive. They did not expose your guilt to ward off your captivity. The burdens they envisioned for you were empty and misleading. All who pass by clap their hands at you in scorn. They hiss and shake their heads at the daughter of Jerusalem. Is this the city that was called the perfection of beauty, the joy of all of the earth? This what you call the Holy Land? Huh? All your enemies open their mouths against you. They hiss and gnash their teeth, saying, "We have swallowed her up. This is the day for which we have waited. We have lived to see it." Nigga, you know I'm gonna be on the edge of my seat, like, oh, I lived to see it. Yes, I did, and I will. Jeremiah 18:16. They have made their land a desolation, a perpetual object of scorn. All who pass by will be appalled and shake their head. So again, there was such an emphasis on these people that understood the importance of the land, because the land was tied to food. They were tethered to the land because they had to not just populate it, not just occupy it, but they had to sustain themselves from it. If you grow up, such as myself, in a concrete jungle, I grew up disconnected from the land. The land only existed in my mind. I would have to go to Central Park to get on the patch of land. But we didn't grow food there. We wasn't even thinking about growing food there. But something in my spirit knew that there was food once grown here, or there were food trees that were in this area or this region. I couldn't get to it. I had to come south. You know what I'm saying? And I love the South, and I'm thankful for the South accepting me, and my bedrooms and sisterins, us city slickers, right? We want to give back to the land. We want to help cultivate the land. We want to stimulate the land, right? And we want the land to yield in abundance. So then we also can create a bridge to our people up north that don't have access to land but need real food. They need real food. Yes, Elijah said, you know, get you the best parts of this earth. And that just wasn't for, a population flex to say this is what my address is and I live in a big house. It was about the quality of the soil. It was about, your access to water. It was about air quality. Not just what zip code you live in so your children could go to good schools. No, the land needs to be of milk and honey. Right? Jerusalem, the useless vine. I flipped it. This is Ezekiel 15:2 because there's no 2:15. But even on the flip, we still make a connection. Right? Even on the flip, we make a connection. Then the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Son of man, how does the wood of the vine surpass any other branch amongst the trees in the forest? Can wood be taken from it to make something useful? Or can one make from it a peg on which to hang utensils? Right? And I come along and I say, no, we're going to inoculate the wood with fungus guard, and we're going to create a perpetual supply of food that's going to keep giving and giving. And you can feed the multitudes with this, my nigga. Just give it 2 weeks. And you come out the forest with 1,000 mushrooms. You popping, doggy. And you got turkey tail, you got oyster, you got Shannon trails and shit. Yeah, nigga, they gonna be looking for you, Jesus. They coming outside today, Jesus. Mix that lion's mane up, Jesus. A dream revealed to David. I'm in Daniel 2:15. Oh, a dream revealed to Daniel. My bad. When Arioch, the commander of the king's guard, had gone out to execute the wise men of Babylon, Daniel replied with discretion and tact. Why is the decree from the king so harsh? He asked. At this time, Arioch explained the situation to Daniel. So Daniel went in and asked the king to give him some time so that he can give him the interpretation, right? The interpretation. Acts 22:25. But as they stretched him out to strap him down, Paul said to a centurion standing there, "Is it lawful for you to flog a Roman citizen without a trial?" On hearing this, the centurion went and reported it to the commander. "What are you going to do?" he said. "This man is a Roman citizen." So Paul was able to trump the Sanhedrin and the quote unquote Jewish judges from making him pay for his blasphemy, if you will, because he was a Roman citizen and he put rank on them. And a Jew could do nothing in Israel with a Roman citizen. They were subjugated to them. So that's how he was able to wiggle out of it. And that's why it has always been suspected that he was an agent of Rome, right? Look who benefited so exponentially from Paul's ministry of utilizing religion to subjugate subjects, right? Pour water on their revolutionary spirit, right? By putting him into mysticism. Neptune and Aries, nigga. You feel me? He used spirituality as a weapon, right? Hosea 2:15. He got people's mind in the cloud and they're no longer focused with their feet in the dirt. They're caught up in this concept of a heaven-bound God, Jesus coming back and everything. When he had a very real ministries that was about healing in real time and using medicinal herbology, right, to get the demons up out of people, which are just disease. Jesus was a healer. That's it. Hosea 2:15. He was a herbalist and an herbivore. How about that? Therefore, behold, I will allure her and lead her to the wilderness and speak to her tenderly. There I will give back her vineyards and make the valley of Achor into a gateway of hope. There she will respond as she did in the days of her youth, as in the days she came out of Egypt. In that day, declares the Lord, you will call me my husband and no longer me my master. Now, why would he say that? Right? Because he was engaging in husbandry. Because the reward that he was affording her was what? Giving her back her vineyards and giving her land of milk and honey, land that will sustain, land that will yield, rolling hills and greener pastures. The her that he's speaking about is Israel, or the nation of Israel, if she only would come back to the Father, right? And stop prostituting herself with other nations and their gods, right? That was the approach of what this meant. But it always comes back to the food, always comes back to sustenance. You know what I'm saying? It always comes back to the land. The importance of the land is not a flex just for you to say that you got acres. It's not a flex just to say that you are indigenous to the land if you don't know how to work it. Or if it's not working for you, then what use is you flexing to say that, you know, you got license to it? Nigga, do you know what to do with it? Do you have a great relationship with it? Is it providing? Is it yielding? Is it nourishing you? Right? And then are you properly protecting it? Because yeah, you got put in the garden, but now you have to protect the garden. Now you have to secure the garden. You got to get the weeds out. You're the custodian of the garden now, right? That's the job. Joel 2:15, return with all of your heart. Who knows? He may turn and relent and leave a blessing behind him, grain and drink offerings for the Lord your God. Blow the ram's horn in Zion, consecrate a fast, proclaim a sacred assembly, gather the people, sanctify the congregation, assemble the aged, gather the children, even those nursing at the breast. Let the bridegroom leave his room and the bride her chamber. Hallelujah. Keep it moving. Let's go to Amos. see what we got here. 18. Judgment on Moab, Judah, and Israel. Shout out to the Moabites. Shout out to the Moors. There's a guy on YouTube on not even on YouTube. He's on Instagram and he's been making some riveting content. I've shared a few of it. But he was going in on the Moors. He was going in on Moab, and I have constantly asked this question on this program of Moors. I say, do you know who Moab is in the Bible? Do you want to identify with that? That's not a flex. You can't. Then you got to write your own Bible. And then Drew Ali did with the Aquarian Gospel, but I'm like, you have to make a differentiation because they got you looking crazy in Scripture if you're the children of Moab. Escape will fail the swift, the strong will not prevail by his strength, and the mighty will not save his life. The archer will not stand his ground, the fleet of foot will not escape, and the horseman will not save his life. Even the bravest of mighty men will flee naked on that day, declares the Lord. I know that Moab are the Moors. I get that. Trust me. I'm just saying that it's not a favorable disposition in the book when they speak about them. Right? They talk crazy about them in this book. Jeremiah 59, for behold, I stir up and bring against Babylon an assembly of great nations from the land of the north. They will line up against her. From the north, she will be captured. Their arrows will be like skilled warriors who do not return empty-handed. The flip side is that now Babylon is held up from the great nations from the lands of the north. You know what I'm saying? And they all meet up in Antarctica secretly, to do whatever it is that they're doing. But yeah, what great nations are standing up against Babylon? We now know that the leadership, the ruling elite, are worshipers of Babylonian gods, of Baal, Moloch, right? People get in their feelings when you mention Baphomet, and Baphomet is not Babylonian. So, but nonetheless, there's a few of them, and this is what they rock with, right? But once again, would a real black man please stand up? Because if we keep playing this concept that melanin is melanin and all people who got melanin and their skin is the same people, who is the black man and what is the black man and where does he come from? You know what I'm saying? Because he got a lot of answering to do. Somebody has to be in charge. These Babylonians were melanated. These Phoenicians were melanated. These Chaldeans was melanated, right? These Philistines was melanated if these Canaanites were melanated. So this is all a story of melanated dysfunction once again, and we are not taking accountability. We're not owning it. You know what I'm saying? We created a scapegoat literally to pass this off on, and we call it the white man. And oh, he's over there eating shit. Nigga, that's granted. Who did he get it from? And if he didn't get it from you, are you appalled enough to make it stop? Right? Because the only thing that the universe needs to know at the end of the day is who's going on proclamation to saying that they're gonna protect these children. Right? Micah 2:13, the remnant of Israel. It doesn't go to 2:15, we'll go to 2:13. I will surely gather all of you, O Jacob. I will collect the remnants of Israel. I will bring them together like sheep in a pen, like a flock in the midst of his pasture. A noisy throng. One who breaks open the way will go up before them. They will break through the gate and go out by it. Their king will pass through before them, the Lord as their leader. Okay. I like this. Isaiah 35:8. And there will be a highway called the way of holiness. I like the highway of holiness. We are in journeying on the highway of holiness, where we end only is determined by how much we spend on transportation. Yes, we are on the highway of holiness on an electrical vehicle, but they don't got no charging units on Route 666. You hear me? I said we are on the highway of holiness. The unclean will not travel it. Only those who walk in the way, and fools will not stray onto it. No lion will be there. No vicious beast will go up upon it. Such will not be found there, but the redeemed will walk upon it. So the redeemed of the Lord will return and into Zion with singing, crowned with everlasting joy. Gladness and joy will overtake them, and sorrow and sighing will flee. Now, in defense of Tartaria and of other places where they said was built up, back in the days they had highways too. Like, cause they talking about highways like this shit is an 8-lane highway, like this is Atlanta I-85. They talking about it like that. Like, ain't no deer gonna cross this highway. Lions won't even make it. They talking about active highways, not throughways, highways. How old is the highway? Did y'all grow up on Highway to Heaven? Y'all grew up on that TV show? Highway to Heaven. Look, y'all, I think we're about to get up. Nahum. I like Nahum. Let's see if Nahum got something for us. And 2:15. No. And we're not going to 2:13, unfortunately. Nahum, we got to go to Habakkuk. Apologize if I said it wrong. And we do got a 2:15 here. Woe to the Chaldeans. Hold on. Just going to take a break. Just going to take a break here. Just going to take a break. Sip some tea. The title of the chapter of Habakkuk 2:15 is Woe to the Chaldeans, as I was just talking about. Right? As we were compelling and telling our people to take some responsibility, because if they talking about Chaldea, then they talking about melanated people. If they talking about Babylon, nigga, they talking about melanated people. You understand me? For the earth will be filled with the knowledge of the glory of the Lord as the waters cover the sea. Why? Because Chaldeans are seafaring people. They're Phoenicians. That's why the people of Palestine, the indigenous ones at least, they say that they are remnants of Phoenicians who live on the shoreline. They exterminated them people during the conflict. And then the ones in the mountains who are more Arab looking, they are descendants of the Ottomans, right? And then that's the population of Palestine that got decimated and removed just now. And you ain't even know it. By the people who are worshiping the ancient Chaldean system of Babylonian gods. How crazy is that? Under the guise that all of this shit is Judaism, and it's not. How crazy is that? So if you are a real Israelite out there and you got love in your heart for Yahweh, you need to step to the forefront. Get you a sword and a shield and get on the battlefield, my nigga, and take your name back. Because them people is just using that other shit as a front. They ain't into that. You know what they into. Woe to him who gives drink to his neighbors, pouring it from the wineskin until they are drunk in order to gaze at their nakedness. Right? They're going back to this what? Curse of Canaan thing. This uniquely Chaldean. Why? They like, you niggas are synonymous with getting drunk and doing wild shit. They hanging every coat on your hanger because you the first ones here, right? You got to take responsibility. Got to take responsibility. Good. In order to gaze at their nakedness, right? They playing that hand play again. Palestine, Philistine, Chaldean children, Canaanites, they talking to you. You will be filled with shame instead of glory. You too must drink and expose your uncircumcision. Pause. The cup in the Lord's right hand will come around to you, and utter disgrace will cover your glory. You got a lot of name reclamation that you got a lot of brand building that you got to do, black man. Your name is in the mud. But from the mud whence you came, and from the mud so shall you too return. So embrace it. Just replace it with a new narrative, one of victory. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And put down the alcohol, nigga. Isaiah 28:7. This ain't a fight that you could fight drunk. Not even as a drunken monk, my nigga. Sober up. They on your helmet right now. Dragging you. Yeah, even Diddy had to get some he had to make some homemade Ciroc when he was locked up. No Diddy. These also stagger from wine and stumble from strong drink. Priests and prophets reel from strong drink and are befuddled by wine. They stumble because of strong drink, muddled in their visions and stumbling in their judgments. For all their tables are covered with vomit. There is not a place without filth. Oh, this state. Woo, nigga. I got some stories to tell. Let's do another cross reference, because this shit we might be hitting home, right? I know powder prophets. I know prophets on powder. I do. I do though. Nigga, we got a variance and a variety of everything these days. Everything has been inverted. And there is a version of God to be spoken of in all pantheons. And all of that shit seems to be all happening at the same time right now in this reality. Like the multiplicity of God and all of his varieties and variations, all of that shit exists right now at the same damn time. Isaiah 5:11. Woe to those who rise early in the morning and pursue a strong drink. They like you. To the niggas who wake and bake with alcohol, right? Woe unto you. Woe to those who rise early in the morning and pursue a strong drink, who linger into the evening to be inflamed by wine. So inflammation by wine, right, is messing your blood up come nighttime, jacking you up. It's not making the blood thinner. It's actually clotting the blood. It's messing you up. You are becoming inflamed. You got inflammation. At their feast, they are the lyre and harp, tamarines and flutes and wine. They disregard the actions of the Lord and fail to see the works of his hand. So Dionysus, right? When we're speaking about sex magic, right? Now let's talk about it. What we're bearing witness to, because no one has properly identified it yet. And why would I know? Because we lectured on this back in 2009, right? When we came out with our first lecture, Blueprint 322, we were speaking about Crowleyan sex magic. What is Crowleyan sex magic? Aleister Crowley, who they called the Beast, is one of their top occultists. His secret society is called OTO, right? It's a sex cult. There's versions of the OTO sex cult that rule what's considered to be the industry, right? They got a version of it called the Legacy. It's a lot of different on ramps that can get you into a closed room, a secret society setting, or an invite to a Diddy party. And it's it's micro macro. So Diddy is micro, Epstein is macro, because them niggas is not gonna make it up the pecking order ladder to get to an Epstein party before they make it to a Diddy party. You know what I'm saying? They have different sex cults in the industry. They might have one that's more so focused on a gay sex cult, right? They got one that's focused on children, and they have ones that are focused on people like, let's say, like a Ludacris, someone who's popular with the women, who might not be necessarily trading in other ways, but they got pan energy. They're very popular with the women. They're knocking them down. If Diddy was doing, if he was laying the wood instead of hiring help, you would consider him a playboy. That's Bacchanalian. That's Dionysus, right? Those are different aspects of their sex cults, right? Bacchanalia, let me see. That is what's being practiced or celebrated literally right now during the time of Lupercalia, right? Lupercalia. So Lupercalia is the celebration of the creation of Rome, and it started on February 13th on the 44th day, because Rome is a strong 44 resonator. Strong 44 resonator with them twins. Okay? So Bacchanalia were unofficial, private funded, popular Roman festivals of Bacchus based on various ecstatic elements of the Greek Dionysus. They were also certainly associated with Rome's native cult of Liber and probably arrived in Rome itself around 200 BC. So when you see Liber 777 as a book, a very famous book from Aleister Crowley, again, you have to trace back and go back to where did these ceremonial cult traditions start from. And they go all the way back to Rome. Again, like I said, but the Bacchus was more of them getting drunk off wine and doing orgies and weird shit like that. You know what I'm saying? This was an aspect of pan worship. Okay? Livy, writing some 200 years after the event, offers a scandalized and extremely colorful account of the Bacchanalia, with frenzied rites, sexually violent initiations of both sexes, all ages, and all social classes. He represents the cult as the murderous instruments of conspiracy against the state. Livy claims that 7,000 cult leaders and followers were arrested and that most were executed. Okay? Livy believed that Bacchanalia scandal to be one of several indications of Rome's inexorable moral decay. Modern scholars take a skeptical approach to Livy's allegations. The cult was not banned. Senatorial legislation to reform the Bacchanalia in 186 BC attempted to control the size, organization, and priesthoods under threat of the death penalty. This may have been motivated less by the kind of lurid and dramatic rumors that Livy describes than by the Senate's determination to exert its civil, moral, and religious authority over Rome and its allies after the prolonged social, political, and military crisis of the Second Punic Wars, right, with Hannibal Barca and the melanated Moors out of Carthage, the Reformed Bacchanalia rites may have been merged with the Liberalia festival. Bacchus, Liber, and Dionysus became virtually interchangeable from the late Republican era, 133 BC and onward, and their mystery cult persisted well into the Principate of the Roman Imperial era. It's like I said, I got so much stuff that I want to share and connect with things that are going on right now to lift the veil and finally like show you what the hell is going on. So once we have an understanding of it, we won't be haunted by it, if you will. But yeah, all of this is like ceremonial. What right now Brazil is going on, right? When did Mardi Gras happen? Did Mardi Gras happen yet, or is Fat Tuesday coming up? Well, next week there's gonna be Bacchus and Bacchanalia festivals taking place in Brazil. Sex cult magic, shit like that, running up in you know where, right? What you think this stuff is for? You think that it has no energetic signature in the realms and the cosmos? You think that no portals are being opened? You think that that lady has a pathway or a gateway to heaven, and the way that that shit is being dealt with, you think that that has it's not ringing no bells in quadrants of space? Clearly mistaken. Isaiah 47:8. So now here it is, O lover of luxury, who sits securely, who says to herself, I am, and there is none besides me. I will never be a widow or know the loss of children. These two things will overtake you in a moment, in a single day, loss of children and widowhood. They will come upon you in a full measure, in spite of your many sorceries and the potency of your spells. You were insecure in your wickedness. You said, no one sees me. Your wisdom and knowledge led you astray. You told yourself, I am, and there is none besides me. Feel me? So even these people who are committing evil in very high places under the guise that they swear that they cannot be seen, that the veil is what's protecting them, that veil is being lifted, and we can see them. And the potency of their spells diminishes once they can be seen, because a lot of shit only works because of secrecy. Right? They can't stand on the stage and pop their shit and do what I do on the world stage. They can't do that. They got to do it, and they got to do it in the subtleties, because they're fronting. You know, they're faking the funk. You know, so that's gonna be a determinant to, like, you know, it's like pouring mad water in the Kool-Aid. It ain't gonna hit the same way, right? But what are your plans now to push forward? What are your plans to be the remnants of righteousness to actually come about and clean this stuff up? And it don't gotta be by force. It just means that you're right. You're righteous. You got your heart is in the right place. You're bringing light around, right? You're the high tide that lifts all boats. Feel me? So that's what's being asked of you. What's being asked of you is to establish a new covenant so the old one can fall to the wayside. When you say you've had enough, it's over. You, right? You that are out there listening to this. When you say I've had enough, when you pull your energy away from it, when you disconnect, right, then it becomes dismantled. Then it will turn into ash, and it will blow in the wind when you say enough is enough. Blessings for defiled people. For defiled people. Then Haggai replied, so it is with this people in this nation before me, declares the Lord, and so it is with every work of their hands. Whatever they offer, there is defiled. Now consider carefully from this day forward, before one stone was placed on another in the temple of the Lord, from that time when one came expecting a heap of 20 ephahs of grain, there was but 10. When one came to the winepress to draw out 50 baths, there were but 20. right? Let's do a cross-reference. Zechariah 8:9. For this is what the Lord of hosts says, let your hands be strong. You who now hear these words spoken by the prophets who were present when the foundations were laid to rebuild the temple, the house of the Lord of hosts. For before those days, neither man nor beast received wages, nor was there safety from the enemy for anyone who came or went. For I had turned every man against his neighbor. For I had turned every man, do the hitman, for I had turned every man against his neighbor. Who's talking like that? Is that God? Yes, that's what the Lord of hosts says. He was the great destabilizer, deceiver. He destabilized. He turned man against his neighbor like he's doing today in the hearts of men who can't see their brethren as their brothers or their neighbors. They don't look like them, so they think that they're others. That's what's happening. The whispers in the hearts of men. The black men have had the opportunity to act white for the first time, and they will not disappoint. You see them niggas out there, right? They acting like the black MAGA. Somebody is. I experienced a glimpse of it last Sunday when I couldn't understand the goddamn halftime show, and I got on my feelings until I said to myself, maybe this is not for you. Maybe everything that's on TV ain't for you. Maybe everything that they put in front of the nation, you don't need to consume. How about you just fall back, right? And not get in your feelings, just disconnect. I did not understand what homie was saying, and I felt left out. And that feeling of feeling not included, that feeling of feeling left out, allowed me to feel for a split second what these white folks think they was going through by not being included. And I'm like, well, last year this time they were saying the same thing about Kendrick, right? That you had to understand the lingo, you had to understand the nuances, you had to understand the references to really appreciate Kendrick. So I'm like, yeah, you know, different strokes for different folks. But let me not be denuded. Let me not distance myself from reality because of differences, right? There's a lot of diversity in this plane of existence, and you're not going to be all things to everyone at all times, and everything ain't for you, and that's okay as well. You know, you have to be able to accept that. Zechariah is 2 hours of some change, and I gotta crank this up. I don't necessarily want to do 4 hours today. Zechariah don't got 2:15, they got 2:13. I'm not doing that right now. Malachi. See what Malachi got. I like Malachi. Peace, God. Spain was good. They asking for more fire. I have to retool that, get back to them. Judah's unfaithfulness, Malachi 2:15. Yet you ask why? Is it because the Lord has been a witness between you and your wife of your youth, against whom you have broken faith? Ooh, though she is your companion and your wife by covenant. They like, nigga, you out here sliding on shorty. You got a young one. Has not the Lord made them one, having a portion of the Spirit? And why one? Because he seeks godly offspring. So two become one and one become three. Do you understand masonry? Two become one. You, the union of you and your whiz, y'all is one. God looks at you as one. You a couple, nigga. Without the blessings that I bestow on you, right, fall on her and vice versa. But then I want to see y'all as a union of one, because out of one comes three. The child, understanding. So this shit is always about family. Don't lose focus, y'all. Regardless of what's going on with this fuck shit. It's just telling you that you need to stop being so liberal with your children. It's telling you that if you was raped and abused by the public food system, why are you sending your babies there? It's telling you that you have made a lot of the wrong decisions by following a lot of the wrong people down a lot of the wrong paths. It's telling you that you need to step back, fall back for a second and be still, because everything that you thought that you knew, you don't. It's telling you, right, that if our children of the future, we're the people making proclamations to say that they're going to protect children and women, because what's the use of protecting children if you're not going to protect women? It's telling you if you're scared, get a dog. It's telling you that it's not enough men in society. It's telling you that this is what not the fall of America looks like. This is what the fall of the black man looks like. Because he has not been the custodian, right, for a long time of these different faculties and features that need to be protected. But to your, but to your credit, these colonizers didn't like melanated meat. Pause. So they said, don't bring the black girls over here, right? They ain't want that. That's not what their what their God wanted to feast on. That's not the feces that they wanted to feast on. Should sound crazy, but it's the reality of the world that we are currently living in, right? Yeah, your boat is in choppy waters, nigga. Can you find still waters? Is the question. Can you find still waters? Judah's unfaithfulness. Yes, you ask why. Is it because the Lord has been a witness between you and the wife of your youth? And this is to my brothers who might find faithfulness hard and difficult, right? I don't want to get too graphic here, but I explain to young men who come to me for counsel. After I had to explain this to myself, I caught a vision. I was high as a kite one day, and it said that if I make a union with this woman and I have her, and she's tethered to me, and we are one, then when I move about like the president. When he move on Air Force, he got drones, he got jets, he got GPS, he got a lot of things protecting him. I move with a spiritual counsel, right? I move with my ancestors, but that woman, her ancestors is with me too. They all part of my counsel. We all family, even spiritually, blood ties and bloodlines across, and we become one. So what I look like showing up to a whole other date with her counsel with me, and then I'm gonna go back in front of her face and play stupid, and we getting high together, and we opening portals, able to spill into one another's jaws like we Aquariuses and shit. The shit makes no sense. You only fooling yourself, and you're telling the universe that you're not as spiritual as you think you are, right? You can't creep on her. If you're not man enough to bring her into the play, nigga, don't play around with it. Because these threads, the way that we are tethered to one another and threaded to one another, the thinnest of threads, the thinnest of strings, the theory about these strings is that when you strum the wrong one, my nigga, just like a butterfly can flap wings over here and create tornadoes over in wherever, it's the same thing that we out here doing to one another with these relationships. Lying and shit. Lying ourselves. Yet you ask why. Is it because the Lord has been a witness between you and your wife of your youth, against whom you have broken faith, though she is your companion and your wife by covenant? Has not the Lord made them one, having a portion of the Spirit? And why one? Because he seeks godly offspring. So guard yourself in your spirit and do not break faith with the wife of your youth. For I hate divorce, says the Lord, the God of Israel. He who divorces his wife covers his garment with violence, says the Lord of hosts. So guard yourself in your spirit and do not break faith, right? Why would you break your vow and your covenant to this woman who you have formed a spiritual union with? If you accept her, then you accept all of her, and you have to get to a place unconditionally where you love her for her past, her present, and then you pour into a vision of her future, right? And you're going to get there together. Why would you go against that and think that you still can stand on something, right? You're running a race on quicksand, my nigga. You're not going to get there. And you're going to look crazy attempting it. And that's what we look like on the spiritual realm when we out here playing these games, but we call ourselves spiritual. And the ancestors can see all your fuck shit. All you niggas is porn stars. Hold on. Get over it. Stop being so judgmental, because the women's gonna go on OnlyFans and do the shit for some paper, but you doing it in front of your ancestors every day. All you niggas is porn stars on the spiritual realm. Astrally, your ancestors is pulling up and seeing you do the do. Right? They voyeurs on one level and you a porn star on another level. You just ain't take it to the mainstream yet, nigga. But you on candid camera with your ancestors, and they got a front row seat to your freaky ass. Cut it out. Cut it out. Stop being so judgmental. We all porn stars to some degree. Your ancestors can see everything. And this shit is recorded. Don't just be blaming Diddy because they had cameras in the room. The whole point of it is that the angels is taking transcripts and somebody's filming. And all of that shit is going to the crystal cave. They showed you that in Superman, right? They did, though. You can go and retrieve all of that shit is on microfilm. And then they put it in the projector and that shit goes on widescreen. They're like, I got the popcorn. Popcorn on me. Popcorn on me. Matthew 2:15. The flight to Egypt. We was talking about this. So he got up, took the child and his mother by night, and withdrew to Egypt. Who's he got up? Who are they talking? They talking about Joseph. So the angel shows up in Joseph's wife and impregnates her. Then the angel shows up in Joseph's ear so he can rescue the woman and her seed. But they ain't got no footage in heaven of him putting in work on her. They got footage of a dove giving her some love, and now she got baby Jesus. And some niggas done showed up to the crib with essences and incenses and shit, and they leave, and now they trying to come and unalive the baby, and he got to get up. He got to go to work, but he got to get up and go to Kemet now to stash the baby away. Why didn't it take 40 years for them to get back to Kemet? But it took them niggas from Kemet 40 years to get to where the Nazarene was born at. So he got up, took the child and his mother by night. You see, they said the child and his mother. So you know that there was issues in the crib. Why they just saying he say Joseph White? They calling it like that's a baby mother. The child and his mother. That child and his mother. Joseph like, I ain't got nothing to do with that. That can't be my baby mom's because that ain't my baby. And that can't be my wife if I ain't going to her first, but I can't divorce her because you just heard the section that I just read about divorce. So he's the first nigga that had to live with it. He was down for the get down. That's unconditional love. So Joseph becomes the herald for what unconditional love looks like. When you wake up and your wife is 9 months pregnant, but she was a virgin when you went to sleep. And then she have the baby and you take the baby to Kemet. That's unconditional love, my nigga. Right? You are the soldier that God is looking for. You obedient as fuck. You don't need to see no DNA or nothing. So he took up the child and his mother by night and withdrew to Egypt, where he stayed until the death of Herod. This fulfilled what the Lord has spoken through the prophet. Out of Egypt I called my son. Right? How did the Lord switch up so quick in generations? Out of Egypt I called my people. So then you turn around and out of Egypt, I called my son, because I had to send my son back through the weeds to get to Egypt to be protected from King Herod, because they was out here unaliving firstborns and eating them. Joseph was a soldier. I don't think that none of y'all will volunteer to be Joseph. And y'all talk about Jesus. Nobody talks about Joseph. When Herod saw that he had been outwitted by the Magi, he was filled with rage. Sending orders, he put to death all of the boys in Bethlehem and its vicinity who were 2 years old and under, according to the time he had learned from the Magi. So, when did this shit start? And why are we in such a appalled nature, knowing that this is what they do? What you think, they just unalived the babies and didn't do nothing to them? But they was looking for the essence, like they were sketchies and dark crystal? They was taking their essence, thinking that was the messianic essence. Y'all might have missed that. Y'all missed that. Numbers 24:8. God brought them out of Egypt with strength like a wild ox to devour hostile nations and crush their bones, to pierce them with arrows. So who are they talking about? Did the whole nation of Israel comes out of Egypt? Did the messianic force, the Messiah, comes out of Egypt? So the God of the Gentiles comes out of Egypt, and the Jews themselves come out of Egypt, right? But you treating Egypt like it's a graveyard, and you talking down and condemning it. But from the bosom of Mizraim, from the great mother, has been born all of these subordinate movements. But you're going to talk down on the black land? Exodus 4:22, another cross correlation. Then tell Pharaoh that this is what the Lord says. Israel is my firstborn son. And I told you to let my son go so that he may worship me. But since you have refused to let him go, behold, I will unalive your firstborn son. You see where we going with this? Do you see where we going with this? Understand what you're listening to. This Babylonian child sacrifice thing did not start with Jeffrey Epstein, my nigga. Let's cut that out. And the Babylonians was black. Let's establish that. I just want us to have accountability so we can stop thinking that this shit is a race game, and that, or you know what I'm saying? That's the 52 fake out. That came so much later to fake people out. You lost some sauce if you think that's the game that's being played here. Mark 2:15, the calling of Levi. As he was walking along, he saw Levi, son of Alphaeus, sitting at the tax booth. Follow me, he told him, and Levi got up and followed him. Right? While Jesus was dining at Levi's house, many tax collectors and sinners were eating with him and his disciples, for there were many who followed him. When the scribes who were Pharisees saw Jesus eating with these peoples, they asked his disciples, why does he eat with tax collectors and sinners? Right? Why is he rolling with the degenerates? Why is he tapped in with the streets? Right? Why is he chilling with the dealers, the drillers, and the killers? Okay? Why? 1 Corinthians 5:9 is a cross correlation before we move forward. I wrote you in my letter not to associate with sexually immoral people. I was not including the sexually immoral of this world or the greedy and swindlers or idolaters. In that case, you would have to leave this world. This ain't start with Jeffrey Epstein. But now I am writing you not to associate with anyone who claims to be a brother, but is sexually immoral or greedy, an idolater or a verbal abuser, a drunkard or swindler. With such a man, do not even eat, right? Don't dine with them. Don't sit at the table, don't break bread. Why? Because that within itself is ceremonial. That within itself is a consecration. That within itself, right, means acceptance, because you letting your guard down. Almost like when you go to the movies and you can't differentiate between reality and falsehood. When you eating with somebody and breaking bread with them, nigga, that's like a family. The shepherds and the angels, Luke 2:15. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace to men on whom his favor rests. When the angels had left them and gone into heaven, the shepherds said to one another, let us go to Bethlehem and see this thing that has happened, which the Lord has made known to us. So they hurried off and found Mary and Joseph and the baby who was lying in the manger. Okay? Matthew 2:13, when the Magi had gone, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream. Get up, he said. Okay, we already went through that. And we already went through that. And we already went through that. So let's keep it moving. John 2:15. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get to it. Let's get through it. Shout out to everybody who's still with us. Appreciate y'all. Jesus cleansed the temple. Here we go. John 2:15. In the temple courts, he found men selling cattle, sheep, and doves, and money changers seated at their tables. So he made a whip out of cords and drove all from the temple courts, both sheep and cattle. He made a whip out of cords. He made a switch, what they saying. He made a switch. He made a whip out of cords and drove all from the temple courts, both sheep and cattle. He poured out the coins of the money changers and overturned their tables. To those selling doves, he said, get these out of here. How dare you turn my father's house into a marketplace? Okay. How dare you turn my father's house into a marketplace? Defiling of the temple, right? Defiling of the temple, creating genetically modified organisms and turning your inner temple into a marketplace where you are transacting with corporations that are creating Frankenstein food, knowingly doing damage to your divine temple, right? For manna, for money, for tribute to Moloch. But you are a divine vessel making some very undefined decisions about the things and the vampires that you allow into your home, into your temple. You put the food in your mouth, nigga. Ain't nobody force feeding you. You are allowing it in. Peace, my brother. Harlem Picasso, yeah, it's been a minute, God. I'm just over here preaching. Malachi 3:1 as a cross reference before we move on. Behold, I will send my messenger who will prepare the way before me. Then the Lord whom you seek will suddenly come to his temple. The messenger of the covenant in whom you delight, see, he is coming, says the Lord of hosts. But who can endure the day of his coming? And who can stand when he appears? For he will be like a refiner's fire, like a launderer's soap. And he will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. He will purify the sons of Levi and refine them like gold and silver. Then they will present offerings to the Lord in righteousness. Purification. The etymology of the word February means to purify. Purification by what? By fire. The fire horse is coming. They're closing down Congress. They're getting out of Dodge because the fire horse is coming. They won't even be around for it. But they still gonna pay the price for it because they can run, but they can't hide. They could go to the corners of the earth and they won't escape God's wrath. Right? The judgment is upon them. And I'm not here to pass the judgment. I'm just here to point and direct traffic and do a little smudging. Feel me? Peter preaches to the crowd. This is Acts 2:15. I went a little too far. Go back a little bit. Then Peter stood up with the 11, lifted up his voice and addressed the crowd. Men of Judea and all who dwell in Jerusalem, let this be known to you, and listen carefully to my words. These men are not drunk, as you suppose. It is only the third hour of the day. No, this is what was spoken by the prophet Joel. Let's do a cross reference, right? Matthew 9:17. Neither do men pour new wine into old wineskins. I love that parable. If they do, the skins will burst, the wine will spill, and the wine skins will be ruined. Instead, they pour new wine into new wineskins, and both are preserved. Right? So what does new wine into a new wineskin mean? Right? Case in point, when people come into consciousness, they don't take showers. They just put on new clothes. Right? New garments. And the garments is the metaphor for like new teachings or a new way to look at the world or understand it. But you need to take a shower. You need to wash off the filth from the shit that you accumulated in your past travels, in your past trips, passing through these old temples that were money exchange temples, where they was transacting in the temple, where they were defiling the temple. You come from that. You come from the Christian church. Why don't you, right, empty your mind of all of the falsehoods? Why don't you de-weed your mind of all of the weeds that are in that garden? Why don't you untether yourself to this concept of a white God and a white Christ, right? Caesar Borgia and them, and then come into consciousness and put on new clothes or pour new wine into new wineskins so they won't burst. Just take a shower. You feel me? Clean yourself up. Yes. Prepare yourself to receive new ideas and do new things with them. Don't treat it like religion. It's not religion. It's a way of life. What does that mean? It signals and speaks to the way in which you operate in accordance with circadian cycles. The circadian rhythm is the new religion. I'm not caught up on words, right? I want to know the rhythm of life. Then I would never need to read again. I can be illiterate and still be one of God's most favorite, like the prophet, plus peace and blessings be upon him. Romans 2:15. Why? Because what is inscribed in the heart, right? That's what's going to be read. The same way that I told you in ancient Sumerian, Chaldean ceremonies and rituals, in order for the diviner to quote unquote divine and get an answer, they almost like in the ancient traditional and African traditional system, they will pitch shells. In the ancient Asian system, they would pitch coins, I Ching, right? But then in the ancient Chaldean systems, right, or Sumerian systems, they would take out the entrails of animals, camels, sheep, right? And they would cut open the entrails, which is the guts, the intestines, right? What we call chitlins. And they would read the spots on it. Same way in Asia, they would do it with tea bags. Same way before this, they would cast lots, right? And you read about it in the book, The Alchemist. They would pitch dice, right? So how does one come to a conclusion? What is one signaled by? You feel me? God's righteous judgment. We are in Romans 2:15. Indeed, when Gentiles who do not have the law do by nature what the law requires, they are a law to themselves, even though they do not have the law. So I again ask, who is the God of the Gentiles? Because the Jews don't call God God. Nobody calls God God that has a name for God. Only the Jews, only the Gentiles have this generic idea of what God is. You're better off saying Jesus than saying God, if that's the case. So they show that the work of the law is written on their hearts. Their consciences are also bearing witness, and their thoughts either accusing or defending them on the day when God will judge men's secret through Christ Jesus as proclaimed by my gospel. Now, that is some cold-blooded poetry, right? Paul was cold for that. Paul was cold for that, right? And this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm speaking about. Men who cheat. Your spirit is going to be the witness and evidence against you. You're playing a faulty game that shows that you have no understanding of spirituality. So you're faking a funk, you false peddling, you know what I'm saying? And you a fuck nigga because it's just like you're occupying this body but don't know how the body operates in the capacity of it being a vehicle that's overseen by recorders, angels, your higher self, your ancestors, everything that you can't see. You blind ass nigga that can only pick up 1% of the visible spectrum. Do you know how stupid you look? Let's read it again. You end up becoming a witness against yourself, nigga. That's where the calamity comes from. That's why your body starts eating itself. That's why our people is dying at the rate that they are, because they're bearing witness against themselves. They're collapsing their own wave. The weight of their own lives is crushing them. Their hypocrisy is eating them from the inside out. And I don't mean to trigger nobody. I'm saying that you can stop the tide, you can stop the wave from going in the opposite direction. You can shift it, you can change it. You can make decisions that are determinants that can alter the flow of the way it can ultimately go. Ah. Huh. Whew. Whew. Wow. Oh. Yeah, his name is Emmanuel. That woke me up. Indeed, when Gentiles who do not have the law do by nature what the law requires, they are a law to themselves, even though they do not have the law. So what do they mean by that? And what is evidence of the law? According to this, in this particular observation and documentation, they're saying that the evidence of the law is that you are favored, chosen amongst the quote unquote children of God because you are circumcised. So that's evidence of being part of the covenant. Upholding the covenant is something that we can't necessarily see. You can be identified though by your circumcision, right? And I don't know if they're going around looking at niggas' phalluses and shit like that, but they would know if they needed to know because you have the mark on you, right? And then you are expected to uphold the law if you are part of the congregation or the covenant. But if not, then you're not expected to. But you got to ask yourself, what's the law? Okay. Indeed, when Gentiles who do not have the law do by nature what the law requires, they are a law to themselves, even though they do not have the law. So they show that the work of the law is written on their hearts. They don't have the shit written on their lapels like the Jews do. You know what I'm saying? It's not stitched on their garments, right? They're not part of that sect, but they have a love for the Lord. They are righteous in nature, and that is written on their hearts, right? And their conscience is also bearing witness. So we are self-conscious about certain things before we do them, because we have a higher conscience that's looking at us like, nigga, are you really gonna do that? And you think that you're getting away with it? You're turning off your conscience in order to do fuck shit, as if that works. I've done it. It don't work. Right? Just like they told me, there's like in Islam, they told me there's like, yeah, you know, the angels record everything that you do, but when you go into the bathroom, they don't go in there with you. So niggas would be going in the bathroom doing deplorable shit, thinking that they got away with it because somebody told them that the angels don't go into the bathroom with you. I'm like, not to see me do voodoo though. Like, they wouldn't be there. Wouldn't they be there specifically blessing me? Right? If you tie in the jinn to us having excrement on us, they say if you got shit on you or piss on you, you know, this is where the jinn dwells. So you got to be super clean, because cleanliness is next to godliness, what they tell you. They show that the work of the law is written on their hearts, their conscience, also bearing witness in their thoughts, either accusing or defending them on the day when God will judge men's secrets through Christ Jesus. So you can't even get your thoughts won't even be in alignment with you if you faking the funk. You know what I'm saying? You're telling on yourself. Might as well just do the right shit, because you can't outwit yourself. You can't outwit your recordings, and you can't outwit the telepathic one that can read them thoughts and that can see you for who and what you are, because your shit is your whole story moves with you. It's all in your biofield. It's an auric imprint. They could take a fractal of you and your whole story's in it. They're doing that right now with your DNA. It's the same concept. James 1:23, for anyone who hears the word but does not carry it out is like a man who looks at his face in the mirror and after observing himself goes away and immediately forgets what he looks like. But the one who looks intently into the perfect law of freedom and continues to do so, not being a forgetful hearer, but an effective doer, he will be blessed in what he does, right? And this stuff is free to be open to interpretation by you if you so choose. However you can use it, my ninja, do as thou wilt. 1 Corinthians 2:15. Spiritual wisdom. The natural man does not accept the things that come from the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness to him, and he cannot understand them because they are spiritually discerned. The spiritual man judges all things, but he himself is not subject to anyone's judgment. For who has known the mind of the Lord so as to instruct him? But we have the mind of Christ. They talking about two different entities. When they keep talking about the Lord of hosts and the Lord Adonai, these are different aspects of these entities that they're speaking about, right? Just like they'll tell you in the Gnostic traditions that is Jesus the Christ. The Jesus is the material, physical part, and Christ is the spiritual, non-physical part. And there's a merger. They're twins. They merge together to become one entity, but they are two distinct entities. They'll explain it to you like that. Romans 8:5 as a cross reference. Those who live according to the flesh set their minds on things of the flesh, but those who live according to the spirit set their minds on things of the spirit. The mind of the flesh is death, but the mind of spirit is life and peace, right? Everlasting peace. 2 Corinthians 2:15. We're winding it down, family. Bending the curve and we're almost there. 2 Corinthians 2:15. Good family. Appreciate y'all. All right. I'm gonna get us through there. Triumph in Christ. But thanks, but thanks be to God who always leads us triumphantly as captives in Christ, and through us spreads everywhere the fragrance of the knowledge of him. For we are to God the sweet aroma of Christ amongst those who are being saved and those who are perishing. To the one, we are an odor of death and demise. To the other, a fragrance that brings life. And who is qualified for such a task? So I got this thing, and it really developed in New York. I would be on the train, I would be on a bus. I could walk by people and see death on them. I could smell it on them. I could see it on them, and then I would make a prayer because it's almost like you're detecting that the angel of death is on their heels. I'm not seeing death on them like, oh, these are drillers and they got bodies on their belt. I'm seeing death on them like, oh, you're the walking dead. Like this thing is about to consume you. You know what I'm saying? I say my prayer, keep it moving. You know, I can see it. It's an energy that's on something or someone. You can see it if you know what you're looking for, right? And you can smell it. So there's people that show up and they show up with death on them. You know what I mean? And then there's people who show up and they show up full of light and they light a room up. And they are the high tides that lift boats. I've seen it in my lifetime. I've seen people that walk around with energy that can heal you if you're going through something. You know what I'm saying? So when you become so deeply consecrated in this overstanding and this understanding of what it means to be redeemed in the spirit, right? Or to be a soldier in the army of righteousness, yeah, like you give off a whole different aroma. You give off a whole different um, hormone, right? And it attracts people who are of like. Okay, return that to the center. So what type of prayer? I just be like, I pray that they're able to accept what's about to happen. You know, the consequences of whatever's about to happen. You know what I'm saying? May they be accepting and receptive of it because it's on them. And it reminds me that it's gonna, it's gonna happen to all of us. So what better way than to be prepared? It takes the sting out of it. Coming from a Scorpio, you know, it's like, yeah, we have to be more in alignment with a firm conviction that is dealing with transmutation and nothing ever really dies. And I know that's easier said than done. Saying that is easier said, because when somebody very close to you that's once again corded to your heartstrings, yeah, it's gonna emotionally impact you. But it's a false premise. We can't hold on. Got to be able to let go. Because again, Saturn will eat all of his children. Time is gonna consume us all. But thanks be to God who always leads us triumphantly as captives in Christ, and through us spreads everywhere the fragrance of the knowledge of him. Right? To the one, we are either an odor of death and demise, or to the other, a fragrance that brings life. And who is qualified for such a task? How do you want to show up? Right? What do you consider yourself? What aroma do you give off? What fragrance do you give off? You know? Romans 15:16, to be a minister of Christ to the Gentiles in the priestly service of the gospel of God, so that the Gentiles might become an offering acceptable to God, sanctified by the Holy Spirit, right? So there's a whole concept that I don't know. I've gotten into it on numerous occasions during my presentations, and the way that I differentiate or separate the way that I teach the Old Testament and the New Testament, as I explained that the Old Testament is about animal sacrifice, right? That is the currency, that is the transaction that needs to be allocated and allotted for you to transact with the spirit force known as Yahweh, the God of war. He needs his tribute, and he's specific about it. And he has his own priesthood assigned, this responsible for that, and nothing moves without it, because you got to pay the piper, right? And then I've participated in many ceremony in traditional spiritual systems, and all of those are transactional, right? You get an ebo, and you got to transact with a spirit, my nigga. It wants a payment, and then it returns favor, right? And that's almost like what I grew up reading about with genies. And later on, they called them jinns. Okay. So knowing that, once you get into it, that a lot of this stuff, once again, is purely transactional. You got to understand that there was something called a forbidden right amongst spiritualists, and that is that you can get a spirit, you can get an entity, you can get a deity to operate, a god, if you will, in a particular way if you're willing to what? Pay its tribute. The way that you fast track that and cheat, right? Majority of all of these gods really like human offerings, right? It's called the forbidden right for a reason. It's a hack. And the priesthoods had to agree that they weren't going to dabble in it. But once it was good for the goose, it was good for the gander. So they created an entire religion over human sacrifice as an offering, which is Jesus. Y'all don't see it as that, because not too many people are brought up in priestly systems, especially esoteric ones, to understand how this stuff really works on the other side when it comes to transactions, when it comes to what the forbidden rights. So these people are operating in accordance, they're utilizing, we live in the age of the forbidden right. If this is the Piscean age that's governed by a messianic savior that has been human sacrificed, and that sacrifice has that created a blank check where that particular sacrifice is absorbing all sins. That's one hell of a human sacrifice. So you like shit. If the lights is on for that, so this is what the Satanists do. This is what the Luciferian, everyone that's operating in that capacity says what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If y'all are going to eating the body and the blood every Sunday, nigga, you are simulating and emulating what's considered to be the forbidden right. And Paul inserted that, right, into the canon, into the tradition of Christianity, of which he created in service of Rome, in order for him to appeal and open up Christianity to the Gentiles. He had to absorb their ceremonial rites, or what we today would call pagan rites. And one of the main ones was the Eucharist. Okay. One of the main ones was the Eucharist. And the Eucharist is the what? The replication of the eating of the body of the Savior, which is a emulation of human sacrifice, or the forbidden rite as it's known in spiritual circles, right? Which will open up doors, but you don't know what's on the other side of it. It's a trap door, right? Because now you are engaging in soul contracts and blood contracts with entities that have no bearing of allegiance to you, because these are primordials. They was around before anybody was on the planet talking about Yahweh. No disrespect to Yahweh. But all of the records shall show. Right? The primordial gods, the Typhonian gods that really make shit shake down here. But they was born in darkness, so they don't have no moral code like you're talking about. Think about it like Yaldabaoth times 10. Okay? Ephesians 2:11. Therefore, remember that formerly you who are Gentiles in the flesh are called uncircumcised by the so-called circumcisions that done in the body by human hands. Remember that at that time you were separate from Christ, alienated from the commonwealth of Israel, and strangers to the covenant of the promise, without hope and without God in the world. But now in Christ Jesus, you who once were far away have been brought near through the blood of Christ. I just don't understand why you don't understand what I'm understanding, right? They're being very clear and complicit, and they're operating with a Hegelian dialect called FOMO, right? You niggas wasn't part of this. Y'all was destitute, even though you had your Roman gods and Greek gods and Egyptian gods, and you know, y'all was doing great under that shit. But to get you into this Judaic Christian play, yeah, nigga, you gotta accept this blood sacrifice. Accept this blood sacrifice. The biggest elbow yet. Claps the wave, nigga. Ephesians 2:15, one in Christ. For he himself is our peace, who has made the two one and has torn down the dividing wall of hostility. This is getting into the bride and the bridegroom, the aspect of two in one, right? The two becoming union into the one, and out of one comes three. That's masonry 101. But they're speaking about knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Or when the man and the women come together and create a child, the firstborn. By abolishing in his flesh the law of commandments and decrees, he did this to create in himself one new man out of the two, thus making peace, and reconciling both of them to God in one body through the cross, by which he extinguished their hostility. So this is also a ceremonial ritual back in the days. This is what they did with the Twin Towers when they made one out of two after the collapse. This is another way of them embossing these ceremonial rituals on society. The society is just clueless to. 2:15 Philippians. Shout out to my brother Philip. That's red pill, y'all. Shining as stars. Do everything without complaining or arguing, so that you may be blameless and pure, children of God without fault in a crooked and perverse generation, in which you shine as lights in this world, as you hold forth the word of life, in order that I may boast on the day of Christ that I did not run or labor in vain. Okay? One Peter 2:9 before we keep it moving. But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a people for God's own possession, to proclaim the virtues of him who called you out of darkness into his marvelous light. Let's go to Colossians. We are winding down. We're almost there at the end. Thank you again to the family who has journeyed with us through today's amazing presentation, epilogue 149. Turning over tables in the temple, alive in Christ, Colossians 2:15, having canceled the debt ascribed to us in the decrees that stood against us, he took it away, nailing it to the cross, i.e., they're talking about the sins, right? He wrote the blank check, and he becomes the absolver, right? Like the nigga becomes a whole discharge note for debt or sin in his death. He took it away, nailing it to the cross, and having disarmed the powers and authorities, He made a public spectacle of them, triumphing over them by the cross. Therefore, let no one judge you by what you eat or drink, or with regard to a feast, a new moon, or a Sabbath. So stop allowing people to spirit shame you out here because you ceremonial, because you tapped in, because you want to get into your ancient archaic powers. Do that. Right? So let's get to this. As I said, I'm going to show you what this is versus what it ain't. Right? I said that I was going to invoke Michael, so let's get to this. Revelations 12:7. Then the war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought back. But the dragon was not strong enough, and no longer was any place found in heaven for him and his angels, for the great dragon was hurled down, that ancient serpent called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world. He was hurled to the earth, and his angels with him, right? They said it was 33% of them. You know, they be having all these different numbers these days and shit. But shout out to Michael, right? Michael, they said that Michael is the herald that has to return with the legion in order to set it off. Michael, that movie is going to impact very strong in Aries season this year. I think it's in the end of April. Michael's going to shake some shit up. Paul's ministry, 1 Thessalonians 2:15. For you, brothers, became imitators of the churches of God in Judea that are in Christ. You suffered from your own countrymen the very things they suffered from the Jews, who killed both the Lord Jesus and their own prophets and drove us out as well. They are displeasing to God and hostile to all men, hindering us from telling the Gentiles how they may be saved. As a result, they continue to heap up their sins to full capacity. The utmost wrath has come upon them. So Jesus didn't die for the sins of Jews, only for Gentiles. That blank check that he wrote did not extend to his own persecutors. Isn't he supposed to be the God of forgiveness? Why did he blame the Romans, but he always blames the quote unquote Jews? Did he blame them and didn't forgive them? I thought God was the most forgiving. So where's this Christian Jewish reconciliation at? If you're supposed to be Christ-like and forgiving like him, you let everything else pass. You forgave the white man for what he did to us, but you ain't forgiven for what he did to Jesus. Thessalonians 2:15, stand firm. To this he calls you through our gospel so that you may share the glory of Christ. Therefore, brothers, stand firm and cling to the traditions we taught you, whether by speech or by letter. Now, many of our Lord Jesus Christ himself, our God, our Father, who by grace has loved us and given us eternal comfort and good hope. All right, I'm going to we getting there. I gotta close this up soon. But you know we're gonna go out with a bang, as always. All right. 2 Thessalonians. Let's go to Hebrews. Right. Hebrews 2:15. This one is gonna be good. As promised. As promised. Jesus, like his brothers. Hebrews 2:15. Now, since the children have flesh and blood, he too shared in their humanity, so that by his death he might destroy him who holds the power of death, that is the devil. How? And free those who all their lives were held in slavery by their fear of death. Niggas, for surely it is not the angels he helps, but the descendants of Abraham, but the descendants of Abram, but the descendants of Ur of Chaldea, but the descendants of Babylonians, but the hold on. Somebody out here is Babylonian. That's what I'm gonna say. And if it's not you niggas, it's not only them Jews. Somebody out here is definitely Babylonian. Would a real Babylonians please stand up and claim all your shit? Will the real Babylonians please stand up and claim all your shit? Because niggas is a mess. They don't want to own God and they don't want to own the devil. Nor do they want to be Jesus. They want to be the niggas with the curse. And even if you want to be the niggas with the curse, right? Why don't you tell the world that the curse is over? 400 years been up, my nigga. Your curse is older than United States of America. All right, let that shit settle and sit in. Nigga, come on now. What are we doing? Who are these niggas? I hear what they be saying on the internet and shit. But where's the accountability, the responsibility? How are you tethered to this narrative? Why you ain't telling it and I am? This ain't my story. Come on now. And free those who all their lives were held in slavery by the fear of death, fear of black. You fear yourself. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, these people are doing all of these spooky things, and it's so deplorable and despicable. Who you think them gods are that they're making tribute to? Whose gods you think those are? And yeah, it may be an inversion, but yeah, you need to step up and own what's yours, because your reluctance to do so means everyone else is out here tinkering with your shit and fucking it up. And now look at the world. Now look at the world. Because you don't want to handle your responsibilities. Either you in charge or you not. Either you the boy or you the man. Either you ball so hard or you don't. Just yesterday, cash ruled everything around you, nigga. To Moloch. There's a subordinate god in the pantheon of the shit that they whipping up. They got you coming and going. And you just won't admit it. But you got us emotionally caught up, walking this walk with you. And you not built like that. When the perishable has been clothed with the imperishable and the mortal with immortality, then the saying that is written will come to pass. Death has been swallowed up in victory. Where, O death, is your victory? Where, O death, is your sting? The sting of death is sin, and the power of sin is the law, right? So how do you take the sting out of death? You take the ignorance of death out of it. And you explain to people that nothing ever really dies. It transmutes, it composts, right? Energy is always going to be used, it's always going to be recycled. You feel me? But if you do great works, then your renewal process, your reincarnated process, your recalibration, your recycling will put you on a level that is that much more befitting to who and what you feel or think that you are. Keep doing the work, because that's the only thing left to do. There's nothing else to do but the work in whatever it is that you're doing. Right? James 2:15, faith and works. What good is it, my brothers, if someone claims to have faith but has no deeds? Can such faith save him? Suppose a brother or sister is without clothes and daily food. If one of you tells him, go in peace, stay warm and well fed, not provide for his physical needs, what good is that? So we heavy with the words, we heavy with the platitudes. You know what I'm saying? Niggas got game, they got lingo. But Jesus told Peter to feed his people, right? The people need sustenance. They need something that they can hold on to. The reparations of the melanated nations comes with repairing the black body, right? Because we are all sick. So if you repair the body, then you repair the person, especially if it's the father. then he can be the leader of the household and get everybody else on game, right? Or you feed a woman and you feed a nation. But this is how we build this thing back. This is how I ain't waiting on no handout. I wouldn't want nothing to come. I don't want to transact with them. I don't want no handouts. I don't want no allocations. I don't want no payments, right? I don't negotiate with terrorists, so we don't got nothing to talk about, right? Niggas seen them files and they still got their hands out. They still contingent and dependent on these people to feed them, knowing that they eat feces. I'm good, my nigga, right? Ben got the signal. Out of here. How far away from these people can we get is what we should be asking ourselves. 1 John 2:15, do not love the world, but I love the earth, right? Because the world is a mental concept. It's a construct. You can live in multiple worlds. The worlds can come to an end. That don't mean that anything's gonna happen to the earth. World and earth are not the same thing. Okay? I have written to you, fathers, because you know him who is from the beginning. I have written to you, young men, because you are strong, and the word of God abides in you, and you have overcome the evil one. Do not love the world or anything in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the desires of the flesh, the desires of the eyes, and the pride of life is not from the Father, but from the world. But who's going to be the custodian of the earth? Who was given dominions over these kingdoms? Who was going to steward it? You feel me? Who's going to direct the traffic? Who's going to defend mama? Who's going to uplift fallen humanity? So the earth, that's a whole nother calibration, right? You just have not been given a garden. You just have not been given the land of milk and honey just to shit in it, to pee in the pool, my nigga. No, you got to take care of that. That's your job. That's your assignment. That's your big one, right? You got the big boy pants on, right? Ain't you the father? Ain't you the big homie? Or you the little homie? Getting little homie down here? Which one is you? Because I got to change the conversation. If you the little homie, I'm talking to you like you the big homie. The church in Pergamum. But I have a few things, so that we're in Revelations 2:15. I have a few things against you because some of you hold to the teachings of Balaam, who taught Balak to place a stumbling block before the Israelites so they would eat food, sacrifice to idols, and commit sexual immorality. They talking that ball talk. In the same way, some of you also hold to the teachings of the Nicolaitans. Therefore, repent. Otherwise, I will come to you shortly and wage war against them out of my mouth. Pause. Right? What does that mean? He gonna go viral? He got bars for them? You know? What are we talking about here? But that's where we're gonna land our plane, right? Before we land our plane, we'll do a cross reference. Why wouldn't we? It's calling us. Numbers 25:1. While Israel was staying in Shittim, the men began to indulge in sexual immorality with the daughters of Moab, right? Who also invited them to sacrifice to their gods. So who are the gods of the Moors? Because if the Moors come from the Moabites, my nigga, and Islam came after Christianity, then the Moors or the Moabites, who was Moors back then, wasn't initially under Allah. So who was the god of the Moabs that always put them in such unfavorable position in the eyes of Israel, where they didn't want to even fornicate with them, right? Where they banned their people from mixing bloods. And the people ate and bowed down to these gods, right? And then they said they tricked them, right? They also invited them to sacrifice to their gods, and the people ate and bowed down to these gods, right? So Israel joined in worshiping Baal, or Peor, and the anger of the Lord burned against them. This was all the way back in Numbers. These are the niggas who they said when Moses was and they was doing the golden calf, that's balling them. Let's do another cross correlation just to see how far up in the pantheon of time this thing goes. 2 Corinthians 6:14. Do not be unequally yoked with unbelievers, for what partnership can righteousness have with wickedness? Or what fellowship does light have with darkness? What harmony is there between Christ and Belial? Or what does a believer have in common with an unbeliever? What agreement can exist between the temple of God and idols? For we are the temple of the living God, as God dwell with them and walk amongst them. I will be their God and they will be my people, right? So as we land our plane and come to an ending of today's amazing presentation, dissertation, turning over in the temple, what I want to leave you with is, once again, if we're not so quote unquote hell-bent, for lack of a better term, on defending physical buildings and thinking that these temples or these places of worship are worthy of us laying our lives on the line to defend brick and stone, my nigga, no. The true message here is that you are the walking temple. You know, I got into a conversation with a pastor the other day in Metro PCS, and I was sharing with him some bars, and he was blown away. And he said, "What church do you attend?" And I said, "I am the church. You know, I am the church. I'm the moving temple. Wherever I go is church. I bring it with me." You know what I'm saying? He's like, "I like that. I like that, son." He still wanted to know the pastor had pastored over me and gave me these bars, and I'm like, it ain't happened like that, right? IG family, I got a minute and 30 seconds remaining because we're about to hit the 4-hour mark, and we're gonna land our plane before that. I want to say thank you to the IG family. All right, please hit the Cash App, show some love. $ Miss Harvey 917, and we'll be back for another one very shortly. All right, shout out to IG. I appreciate y'all as well. Peace. All right, so that's the IG family. I got y'all over here on the book. I mean on YouTube, and we're gonna wind this down. Again, today was an amazing presentation, amazing sermon. 4 hours of heat. Y'all could go and check out the archives if you did pull up late. Stand on today's build. Yeah, it was one of them ones that AI can't even keep up. They're like, man, you on to something, but they can't spit like this. So, you know, I went and spoke to them about this sermon, and they gave me, you know, they showed me some bars and stuff. But when it's in the spirit, it's in the spirit. I like the freestyle. I like the spirit. I like free form. I like just being a vessel for spirit to work through. AI has its place. Shout out to AI. You know what I'm saying? But I love y'all. I appreciate y'all, man. And I know that Red is going to be on here later, and I believe that I should be back as well with Keebalon. So we're going to be getting into some deep science on what's the science. All right. So again, if you feel it in your heart, you can donate to Miss Harvey 917. I appreciate your time and your consideration and your tribute and your tithes. And so does God. Okay. Until we meet again. Oh, like I said, next Sunday, I will be in Brooklyn. I'll be doing a live demo and presentation. Hopefully I can get some of this in at Restoration Plaza on Fulton Avenue for Nicholas Brooklyn's second annual Pure Holistic Soul Expo. It's a health expo. I'll be keynoting. I'm gonna have the honey. I'm gonna have the honey sea moss. Got that nice honey sea moss. I'm gonna have microgreens in the building. I'm gonna have raw sea moss in the building. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of everything. All right. And with that, peace.